Bueno, vamos con el.
Okay, this is the fourth day of our course. Fourth day of our course. And we have Robert Ivancevich, the Associate General Counsel, Corporate External Legal Affairs of Microsoft Latin America. Can you hear me, Robert? Yes, I hear you. Okay. Good morning. Thank you very much, and thanks for having invited me. I'll commend you because this is a great event. I saw the list of participants. It's a great honor to be here. I'm sorry I cannot be there. However, I had to fly to my country and leave Argentina unexpectedly. We have this hybrid event, which is kind of new for us. This is the 14th edition of the South School of Internet Governance. 12 of them were in person with the students, and then we held the Internet Governance Congress that was online, and right now we have 150 online, 60 in person, and some of them come here for 2 days and then they continue online. If there's somebody that cannot come in person, they basically log in and they follow the conferences online. I would like to thank you for the sponsorship because you are the ones that provided us with full support and sponsorship tracing back to 15 or 16 years ago when we conceived the idea of organizing the Internet Governance School. We didn't get any funding at that time, and you guys were the first ones that provided this support through Jorge, who is a very important lawyer that worked in Microsoft at that time. He was in Buenos Aires at that time, and then he got transferred to Mexico. He says, I don't know how, but I'm going to help you. So Microsoft was the first one to sponsor this training, and then other companies joined the list. So I really appreciate your drive and your sponsorship because for entrepreneurship, it's always a good thing and a positive thing. So let me welcome you, and the floor is all yours.
Gracias, Olga. Qué bueno que fuimos visionarios. Jorge, un gran colega. Y espero que sigamos.
Thank you very much. Let me embark on this new journey addressing some visions on this digital leadership. Cannot really see which one is the slide. The world requires responsibility. No, there's another one. Strategies for the digital leadership. Thank you very much, Adrian. I cannot really see the slides from here, but don't worry about it. Hopefully, we were experts in Zoom. We have Microsoft Teams in Microsoft, but anyways, I really ask for you to be patient because we have two videos that we're going to screen later on, and they work pretty well with the right volume, and we have like 35 minutes to discuss my presentation. Thank you, Olga. It's a whole honor and privilege to participate here with world-class companies and to discuss digital leadership. Today, I bring to the table a new vision of Microsoft. It is not something unique, but it may be supplemented with other visions from other companies, and that refers to the need in order to be leaders, there's a need to act accountably and accordingly. And let's see what the principles are required by the public cloud that we believe it is the engine that drives the future of economies and the management of technologies. So once again, I thank you for giving me the chance to share Microsoft's vision. We are the main provider, cloud provider services. We have like 100 data centers. Some of them are being built in across 35 countries. And we get to 1 billion users among large companies, governments, NGOs, citizenry, and small and medium-sized companies. So we believe that the responsibility lies in providing benefits to all these users to enjoy the best technology of the world. And that is why, in order to take advantage of these technology, we need to act accordingly with responsibility. Our vision, since Sari Nadelas took over Microsoft as a new CEO, is to empower all organizations to attain more. And that is precisely why we in Argentina we set to attain more responsibly. Let's see if we can go over the next slide where we're going to be discussing what are the guiding principles, the four of them, of this responsible cloud. And I'm going to discuss each of them. And at the end, if we have time for questions, I'm going to be taking those questions. We believe that in order to have a responsible cloud, it needs to drive prosperity, economic prosperity, and that the economics should be inclusive for all countries and communities where we operate. Secondly, we believe that it has to be a reliable and trustworthy cloud because eventually nobody uses, nobody should use a technology in which we do not rely on. I believe that this is the basic principle. Apart from that, if there is something that over the last 2 or 3 years of the COVID 19 pandemic has taught us, is that technology adoption that was conceived was going to be in 10 years' time, but finally the adoption turned out to be in two. So it's not only for corporations but for governments, but it opens the possibilities to make things happen. One of them is precisely the one that we're going to be discussing, like the situation in Ukraine and how the public cloud protects those rights. And then the cloud should ensure sustainable future because climate change is a reality. We believe so in Microsoft. And given the number of renewable energies and everything that brings to the table in terms of technology, there should be only one cloud, digital cloud with sustainability. So the first pillar is economic inclusive growth. The statistics that I'm going to be sharing the next slide are based on different pillars. And and we think that the largest adoption of technology is going to allow for growth that will account for 5% of the world's GDP. It's very aspirational given the economic crisis that we have in Latin America and that we experience across the world, the energy crisis, wars that are waged, etc. So one way for companies to manage our resources effectively is by ways of this technology. Let me give you some details in order to give you an overview. First of all, McKinsey estimates that technology will add $13 trillion for 2030 if we follow what the projections are from the economic point of view. That is probably my slides are running by themselves, but let me pause them right now so I can refer to them. Now, the size of Indonesia's economy in 2030. Imagine that we're going to be adding that economy by 2030. According to the Brookings Institute, this will transform Africa and Latin America, hopefully, in a world's power. We're going to add, or we're going to create millions of jobs, and this will lead into wealth. Now, together with this world's economy, new economy, it will require human beings to be ready and to adapt. So training plays a key role here in digital skills. That's why we launched 3 years ago a scheme that integrates through our platform and the LinkedIn platform 40 million training courses online that are available for Argentina and most of the companies or the countries where Microsoft operates. We started also a specialized training in 24 countries for cybersecurity. Not only do we have economic growth that is in line with job creation and skills in employees, but also we need to have accessibility to the internet. The UN estimates that even though during the COVID-19 pandemic exacerbated the access to internet, there's a large percentage of the population that doesn't have that access. So that is millions of people, and 96% of them live in developing countries. That is Argentina or Latin America. That is why we have a technology that is called Airband in order to take it to the rural sector, and we are going to be showing this through a video. Third, we believe that technology needs to be accessible for all. We have 1 billion people that they have disabilities, and technology through many tools not only reaches those people with visible or invisible disabilities. And we believe in open data initiatives and data of public domain that be used publicly so we can build upon them and to have a better use, effective use of technology and create indeed a better technology. How does this translate into Argentina? We're going to bring a video from Mexico and show it. But in Argentina, according to the data that we have, this extrapolates in statistics like 1998% of companies that are considered SMEs that employ 61% of the population. So this is badly hit because of the pandemic. They contribute to 45% of the GDP in Argentina. And there's a large focus which is fundamental in nature, and that is why we have signed agreements with the Ministry of Industry, the Secretariat of Knowledge, and the SMEs agency in order to support them technologically wise. Also, we have connectivity problems in the Great Chaco. Let's see if this video is self-explanatory. The next slide shows this embedded video, and hopefully this works well. Aborigines people were never facing or were never in front of a computer. Connectivity with a mission, as we call it, intends not only to take connectivity to those that need it most at this time, but this connectivity to have a purpose in people's lives. Women provide this service of connectivity, and once they play a key role in internet access, they offer a package of solutions that have to do with the main challenges that these communities have. We have the Naum spaces have created a lot of know-how for the communities, and across the world we need to fight. Women need to fight because each and every one of us have dreams. And we need to fight for these dreams to attain these objectives. Thank you very much. So what is this initiative intended was to use broadband, television broadband, that was not being available, was not used. Argentina has made the necessary regulatory framework changes and it provided broadband for free and to create this focus of connectivity, facilitating work, creating jobs, and promoting employment. We did it with the coffee makers in Colombia, the indigenous peoples in Chaco, with the Mapuches. So we had to include these isolated communities that were kind of isolated from the 20th century technology. Then we need to recover or restore trust. In order to gain responsibility, we have to use technology, and nobody has to use technology that is not reliable. So reliability is based on three principles. First is have a safe cloud. It has to be a cloud where privacy is guaranteed and where you have the sovereignty digital principles in such a way when we have global solutions, those local laws are upheld. Obviously, we're going to make mistakes and we're going to have many stakeholders. So the alliance, the PPPs, public and private partnerships is key, and to work with partners is something that we do it on a day-to-day operations. And this is a journey, it's not a destination. So we are constantly be improving our guiding principles. In terms of cybersecurity, it comes as no surprise that the world where we live in is subject to a large number of cyber crime attacks that try to hack or penetrate or affect the digital integrity of servers. And this is done by nation states that created a cyber war instrument or by criminal gangs. Or this is due to the lack of training or skills to navigate the digital arena, especially those that need accessibility most. We are very well positioned, and since most of the operating systems across the world belong to Microsoft, facilitate to do 24 billion security signals that we process, we construe, we interpret, and they are flagged by our IT systems. So it's important how AI and algorithms gather all the information they are processed in our data centers. We have more than 3,500 fully dedicated that involves millions of dollars of investments to improve our technology and to make it safer. Now, the clear example is the Ukraine. The war started February 24th in Ukraine, but Microsoft and other companies were the ones that warned the Ukraine way before, months before. We knew full well that the intelligence services of Russia were going to attack the Ukraine. So they moved everything to the public cloud. So in this case, it operated in a public cloud as a way of defense. And if there was a critical mission missile that was aimed to the data, obviously it could have been attacked uh, London or other places. So it moved all the mission critical applications to a public cloud. We collaborated with that. And in that regard, when those attacks are on a daily basis, on an ongoing basis, the Ukraine infrastructure has been defended, maintained, and it kept the government going. There are other interesting factors, and probably you can go to Microsoft website and you will see the reports and the ingenuity and the strength of the Ukraine citizens that every time the internet crashed, they were able to fix it, and the services of the web services in the Ukraine, because they had a great offer. So if one was down, another company or another ISP took over. So that helped because there was no monopoly in the Ukraine of ISPs. We believe that privacy is a fundamental rights of people. This data comes not from Microsoft but from the owners. We just manage them. And we follow the international standards like RGTPB, for example, in Europe, that was applicable to our services across the world, and we believe that is the highest standard. That is why we comply with the European Union that requires certain localization. That's why we try to have cooperation with the privacy agencies that are local there. Also, the one in Argentina, trying to furnish as much as information as we can. And also, this is not only typical of Microsoft, but in order to carry this digital and responsible division, we have public and private partnerships. We have efficient and smart regulation because we cannot make decisions as a private company that affect the fate of a country or minorities or the citizenry at large. That is why we are starting a dialogue. Latin America is no exception. To include a number of modern, adaptable, applicable regulations to prevent cyber attacks. We are very intensive in trying to apply international standards like ISO, and there are many others that provide us with a good framework to understand what the good practices should be. And having said this, Adrian, we're going to provide you with a snapshot of Argentina, and I would like to contribute with a couple of pieces of information here. Argentina, just like any other Latin American country, has witnessed a 56% increase in 2022. There's no surprise that the public sector is the most affected or impacted, and the financial sector as well. The way we see the data by the SERP, that there had been 591 incidents in IT, like phishing and identity theft, and clicking on a link when it's not the right link. The reality is that this has been translated in what is of 32, no, 3 billion in attacks in cybercrime. We collaborated with the Security Ministry where we strengthen cybersecurity research in training courses. We have done drills in order to understand this more effectively. We have a lot of lessons to learn. However, the first defense for attacks is precisely the use of technology in this regard, and to understand and to raise awareness to prevent those cyber attacks. The third pillar is to protect the fundamental rights of people. And I believe this is an ambitious building block and is one of the most important ones. This explains that technology should not be used to promote misinformation or to provide fake news in electoral campaigns or to carry fake news is what happened with the vaccination campaign of COVID-19. So we have programs in place guaranteeing the integrity of electoral votes, ensuring that during the elections that they are safeguarded as much as possible. We participate actively in most of the Latin American elections, political elections, and that is why we invested in many resources and in time. We have Account Guard, the Account Guard initiative given for free that had Office 365 focus on agencies, political parties, and human rights organizations. And we came to realize that most of the misinformation comes because they cannot create human rights to reach certain groups of the population in order to manipulate the electoral results. One of them was proven and is of public knowledge, and that is the way how Russian agencies tried to influence the 2016 elections in the United States by targeting texting to the Spaniards in Texas, Florida, and California in order to take the misinformation addressing the regions of Venezuela, Maduro, Cuba, with leftist message, and that resulted in the misinformation. So we need to be very careful in the way we manage this kind of information. And lastly, in order to have reliable technology, it needs to be responsible. And that should be based on algorithms and AI management. They should be inclusive, transparent, with the necessary diversity. If not, we are going to have a biased technology. So coming up with an algorithm in Microsoft depends on a set of principles, and that is part of our approach. And that vision of the public cloud that we call it, or that we refer to as responsible. And the guiding principles are to build a sustainable future. We believe in climate change. If you do not believe in climate change, you come here and you can witness the hurricanes, how you have the rise of tides or the drought in the center of Argentina, as well as in Chile, or the floods in Pakistan and in India. And the solution, the technology is not the only solution. However, it provides with a set of tools in order to so that companies can have a compliance scheme in place, monitor their CO2 emissions, and to see what energy is sustainable or not. How do we report metrics, and how we can mitigate the CO2 markets or the trading or the transactions. Microsoft as a company has made large strides with the future to be carbon zero for 2030, or carbon negative by 2030. In 2050, zero waste. So there's something that I should clarify before going to the last video of my talk, because most of the discussions held so far in the public cloud revolve around the use of energy. And I believe that the data centers and cloud management requires a great deal of energy. However, this is smartly done, increasingly smartly done. In our data centers, we're signing an agreement to have 100% renewable energy in the data centers, and we're investing enough to reach these purposes. Data centers, together with renewable energy, allows that the water use would be equal to one Olympic swimming pool, and 97% of that water is restored to the public grid or water network. It's not that we are going to extract it from the rivers. Obviously, companies and other leading companies in the region, just like Microsoft, we believe that we have to use and leverage water resources responsibly. And let me conclude by the Bimbo group in Mexico, that is a food company. Unfortunately, it's in English with subtitles in English, but we have simultaneous interpretation in the room, and we believe that this could be understood. And this is cloud management with sustainable material. Thank you very much, and this is the last video.
Sustainability, it's not a trend anymore. It's here to stay.
Grupo Bimbo is really a huge operation with more than 200 bakeries around the world.
We have goals for the 2025 to get 100% of renewable energy in all of the operations. In the 2030, we are going to reach the reduction of 50% of our emissions in Scope 1 and 28% in Scope 3. And in 2050, we are going to be net zero emissions in all the company.
With such a huge ambition around our sustainability plans. We needed timely and accurate information to make decisions on our entire value chain.
It's fundamental for us to choose a partner to work with the same values. This collaboration with Microsoft Cloud for Sustainability becomes a journey towards the same objectives.
Having a platform that we can trust, that is flexible, that is going to be integrated with every single source of information and system that is going to work towards creating those indicators. It's going to make us be more agile.
It's going to stop being about data gathering and manual entries, and it will start being about analysis.
Having timely information in a consolidated way and a single global view on our operation. This is also a benefit for our value chains. More efficiency, more productivity around using less energy to produce our goods or reducing our waste.
The way we nourish the world, the people and the planet, is by working together between companies.
Bueno.
Well, it was a surprise that somebody in Argentina was translating. Thank you once again. Thanks for the invitation. Thanks for the opportunity of being here with you today. This is our vision. There are other visions that are also focused on the future, so this is not a unique vision. And it's been an honor to be able to share this view with you. This is a journey, it's not the final destination. And I guess that in the future, well, we have been doing it for 15 years, so maybe, Olga, in 15 years, we are still going to be having this school, and we are going to be having the same view, but probably with a different kind of journey. Thanks, Roberto. A round of applause for Roberto, please. Do you have a couple of minutes? Because there are some questions, and I'm sure the audience also has some questions. First of all, I want to thank not only Microsoft for being the first company supporting us many years ago. Also, I want to thank you for being here with us today. And I also want to thank Marina Benicuo, who is in charge of the local office and is in contact with us, and she helps us a lot. And also Marlon Fessner, who has been supporting us for many years. Two of your colleagues who are also friends of our school. And I also want to tell you that I have been studying technology for many years, and I have seen the evolution with the new CEO in the company. And it's been remarkable how many technological changes, as well as the climatic change view that you have. I'm very interested in that. Of course, I have kids, and for the new generations, I think that this is paramount. And there are some studies that said that if we are able to have global connectivity, climatic change is going to be dramatic. So the goals that you showed that Microsoft has for the next few decades, I believe that are vital for global companies such as yours that has such an important role in connectivity, the cloud, and IT. I was reading in the newspaper today the efforts of the Ukraine people in order to continue using internet, specifically as regards to infrastructure and connectivity. Of course, having data in the cloud is a great advantage, and that is also remarkable. But I also want to tell you that I am a teacher at the economics school in the University of Buenos Aires, and I don't know if you know that we do have an agreement that all the teachers and all the students enjoy the Microsoft tools in our classes, and I appreciate it a lot. It's very important to have those tools. Are there questions in the audience for Robert? I don't know if you can see the audience, but I'm not seeing them, but if I can listen to them, that's okay. My name is Lorenzo Martinez from the Dominican Republic. It's great that Microsoft is also supporting all these efforts, and I wanted to talk about the slide in which you talked about inclusive growth. Yesterday we were talking about interoperability, not between different agencies or governments, but you were talking about open data to the world. In that sense, how were you able to help the different organizations and governments to achieve that goal of having open data in a safety environment? Thank you, Lorenzo. Very good question. A while ago, Microsoft was in the Dominican Republic in a conference that was sponsored by the IBD about how technology can help Latin America to invest resources in a more transparent and responsible way by creating monitoring systems that would allow us to control public expenditure. So I wanted to thank the Dominican Republic for sponsoring that conference. Governments have something important that they need to do. There's a lot of information that is public information, public data that is available. And those data, when governments, as I believe your government had that idea of developing this citizens platform so that the citizens don't have to go to the government to ask for all the paperwork that they need. There is a track record there. So when we do have a digital citizens, and when governments and companies offer this information that is not private information, but is information that is of public domain, the Open Data Institute that we are also part of has developed some guidelines and some proposals for private-public collaboration. And I also believe that governments have an important mission as regards regulations in order to enable access and handling of this information. Of course, if it respects the privacy of individuals. I also have a question from Valentina, who is in Italy. Of course, most of our audience is from Latin America and the Caribbean. We also have audience from all over the world. We have simultaneous translation, and we are streaming through YouTube. We have people from Europe, Asia. And Valentina from Italy is asking if you can tell us how you're doing data processing after SCREMS 2. I don't know what is SCREMS 2. If you can tell me what it is. Okay. We would need a new presentation in order to explain exactly the European tribunal's decisions on SCEM 2. SCEM 2 is a decision that, in basic terms, I'm telling you that it is a new set of regulations and rules to handle European individuals' information, and also some requirements in the way that information should be shared outside Europe, and how that is going to affect data transfers about individuals in Europe. Of course, after this, an activist in Austria focused on data handling and data transfers. It was in the European tribunals, and and that's why his name was added to these decisions that I am talking about. Valentina, I don't have an opportunity to explain everything here, but we as a company have to follow and have to comply with the law, and that's on the regulations, and that's why we need to talk to the regulators in order to adopt those regulations. I believe that developed new ways of talking about this, not only in Europe but also in the US, and I believe that is a very general idea for vital situation that we need to address, but we would need like 45 more minutes in order to explain it, and a lot of experts to give a good answer. At least now we have an idea. I didn't know about the name of this, but so it's a new thing that I learned. Another round of applause for Robert. Thank you. Thank you for being here, and thanks for Microsoft's support to the school. Thank you, and I wish you a lot of success in this school. It's good to know that the hybrid world is working. Some of you are lucky to be face to face, and some of us are lucky to be following this online. So, thank you, and see you next time. Thank you. Very interesting presentation.
No sé cómo se llama. Tenemos
We have a few minutes left. We're going to break for, I think, 5 or 10 minutes, and then we will resume the presentations. Thank you.
A ver, chicos.
Well, remember that after this presentation, we're going to have a coffee break. Now we're going to have a presentation by Ariel Amue. He's the business development manager of the public sector for Amazon Web Services, one of the cloud service companies of the world. And I want to thank Amazon Retail and Amazon World Services for sponsoring the school for many years, and to all our friends in the US and in the region, Arturo Cabaña, Eric Steffen, Chris Wilson, many friends that have always believed in the school and have supported us and sponsored us. Thank you for being with us. I thought that Ariel was going to be online, so I was surprised to see him face to face. This hybrid conference is surprising us all the time. Welcome, Ariel. Remember that we also have an online audience. Well, good morning. It's such a pleasure to be here. My name is Ariel Amue. I work for Amazon Web Services for the public sector in the South Cone. And today I'm going to talk about the clouds. I was listening to Robert's presentation, so I imagine that the cloud is in all presentations at least mentioned. And what is the cloud? Who feels comfortable saying, I know what the cloud means? That's a good question, right? I was telling Adrian that in '97 I started working for an internet service provider. Now I am in a cloud service provider. And at the time, internet was new, and now we have the new revolution, that is the cloud revolution. So I've been working with technology for many years, and when I started working with Amazon Web Services, I thought that I knew a lot about the cloud, but actually I didn't. So I believe that like an introductory presentation about the cloud is important, and that is the goal of my presentation today. So, what is the cloud or cloud computing? We're going to give a definition about cloud computing. I'm going to read it. It has some highlighted words that are important, because this is what is going to transform the cloud as regards the traditional IT. It is delivery on demand. On demand means if I need it, I use it, and if I don't need it, I don't use it. For example, electricity. If I need electricity, I turn on the light, and if I don't, I turn it off. This is about IT resources. What would be IT resources? Computing, storage, databases. Those are the ones that we know about, but also AI, face recognition, IoT, machine learning, VR, quantum computing, as we were mentioning with Adrian. Those are IT services that I can use on demand. And there's something very interesting. I don't need to pay in advance. And that is a big change as regards traditional technology, because with traditional technology, we invest and we use it. So I don't need to pay in advance. If I use 2 minutes, I'm going to pay for the 2 minutes that I used. I turn it off and I stop paying. So this is going to bring about a huge transformation as regards IT. So, does the cloud physically exist? Or is it something that is there, like in the universe? Does it exist? Yes, it is. It does. We understand this image. This picture is a data center. It has servers, air conditioning units, electricity, connectivity, a lot of things. Imagine this, the size of a football stadium. That is the minimum size of a data center for the cloud. And here we do have 3 football stadiums that are connected in order to offer an availability zone. Sometimes 2, 3, 5, depending on the size of that physical location and those data centers. That availability zone is going to be in 3 different places, 3 different locations, not together, but from 60 to 100 kilometers away. And of course, those are going to be connected. So in case of some kind of natural or human disaster, the other one is going to continue working. So we have 3 availability zones, and this is going to create like the cloud region. Look at the size. I'm talking about one region with 9 data centers, the size of a football stadium. How many regions does Amazon Web Services has? 27 regions all over the world, connected through fiber everywhere. The ones that you see in blue are regions that are today working, 3 that are going to be working in the future. These are the figures today. When I started working 3 years ago, those were 70. So we are going to have 21 new availability zones. And also we are going to have expansion because we need to be near the users. So we are going to be adding local regions, which is the size of another football stadium in each of the countries that is going to be connected to the regions. So we have 30 local areas. And if I want to get into the network, I can be in 400 places all over the world, and I'm going to be within this network. Is it physical or not? Everything that has to do with IT, with billions of clients and users using it all the time, software and hardware working at a hyperscale. That's why it is called hyperscale. Which country can have this infrastructure? None. That's why the Great Britain Defense Office gives this to Microsoft Web Services, because they cannot do it by themselves. So, is it clear? I pay what I use in an infrastructure as the one that I described, huge. Am I going to be buying the hardware? No, I'm going to be consuming services that the infrastructure offers. Which kind of services? The ones that I mentioned before. Computing services. Computing means a server. How many servers does a cloud service provider offer? 300 and something when I started working for Amazon, and now more than 500. Computing services options. If I want to use a server, how many do I have to use? 499 was the number yesterday. But with processors, Intel, AMD, Quantic, I could never have all those options in my data center. So to give you an idea, here in each one of the boxes, there's like worlds. Let me tell you about databases. How many options of databases can a company or an organization or a country have? We need some maintenance, databases, different databases in the day-to-day work that we do. There are 16 options to choose from for governments, corporations. They pay for what they use. the same as the cloud. And what does this means at the end of the day? First of all, cost reduction and also innovation speed. How much is it going to take? How much time is it going to take from the idea until the solution is developed for the end users? So let's see a little bit about the cloud prices, costs. First, pay by use, and then also no payment in advance. How much does the cloud cost? I was saying I have many years of experience in technology, and costs and prices are always something that is difficult to talk about in technology because there are different discounts and it's not so clear. But in the cloud, everything is public. And we have a pricing list that is public, and you can see it and compare the Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, and compare the pricing. And this also is different from traditional technology. People use this by the minutes or seconds, and when they stop using it, they stop paying. Is there a specific service for Netflix in AWS? Does AWS offer a specific service for Netflix, which is one of our clients? No. Because the whole infrastructure, the hyperscale infrastructure, cannot have something that is customized for a specific customer. So it's like the supermarket. You go to the supermarket, you buy the products, for example, eggs and milk, and you prepare a cake, for example. That is the business model that we have in the cloud. Is this clear? The same service that, for example, the Great Britain Intelligence Service is going to be using is the same that government or individual users are going to be using with credit cards and the same infrastructure. So, innovation is not going to be a barrier of entry. Everyone has the same access to the same service and the same pricing, and they can innovate. And that is the paradigm shift that the cloud offered. Are you following me? I believe this is one of the most important messages. And finally, prices can vary. And for a government institution, this is kind of difficult because prices change. And in the AWS history, I'm going to talk specifically about this company because this is the one that I work for. More than 110 times prices were reduced, were lowered. Why? We have never increased prices. Why? Because when you are bigger, you can offer better prices, you have better negotiation possibilities, and lower costs. Those costs are going to be transferred to users who are going to be consuming more. So, prices that we offer today, maybe tomorrow are different, are lower. This is the price structure, pay by use. I mentioned that if I know that I'm going to be using a certain amount of the cloud, if I can forecast that situation, I can say what I'm going to be using, and then I'm going to be paying less because I'm saying how much I'm going to be using. I can even pay 70% less the price of today. And the more that I use, the lower I'm going to pay. If you store it, for example, 1 byte, you are going to spend certain amount of money. And if you store it, 1 tera, you're going to pay less by unit. So this is a comparison with the traditional IT infrastructure. In a data center, I have the infrastructure. This is the different steps in a data center, the capacity, demand. And when I am following this red area is when the system collapses and things won't work because demand is surpassing the offer that the infrastructure can give. We don't want to be here, but this is not ideal either. So the cloud changed all this. Because when you need it, you use it. If you don't need it, you stop using it. If you need it again, you start using it again. So this is automated. And this brings about a 27% decrease. This is cloud computing. It changes capital expenditure by variable costs. It increases the speed that you may need. You don't need to spend money in maintenance, and you can benefit from the economies of scale that internet service providers offer. This is an example. As maybe a government institution, I want to offer an IoT solution. I need devices, I need to handle messages, and I need to have services in my data center for the information flow of the devices. If I want to do it alone, I need a lot of hardware. So I may use everything that is available, and I can start using it, and I can focus on the solution. There are several examples. If I have a sensor and I want, I have authentication service, I have IoT back office. If I want to give information to an operator, I have authenticated users that can control it. So I have like the business logic for the IoT solution. And I only need to think about the solution. I don't need to think about how to implement it. The same with mass devices. If there's a sensor, for example, in a car, and it is sent to an IoT system, through information that I have from multiple sensors, I can apply machine learning, AI, and then forecast some kind of situation. This is solution modeling. And the same if I need to connect systems that are not connected all the time. I have a persistent cloud, and I can do it this way. So this is like my explanation of the cloud computing. We are going to be doing the Q&A at the end of the presentation. Let's talk a little bit about the different myths that exist about the cloud and cloud computing. Let's try with showing our hands to see if the audience is following me. Who believes Brazil is going to be world champion? We have Brazilian people in the room. Who believe Argentina is going to be the world champion? Who thinks that Germany is going to be world champion? What about France? Okay. The first myth. In AWS, we sometimes hear this when we talk with government organizations. It's not legal to send data to the cloud. Who believe this? Who thinks this is true? Is it legal or not? Data protection policies, we need to think about that. Yes, right. If I have servers here, for example, in Argentina, and data are somewhere in this global infrastructure, the legal system wouldn't know how to find those data. In Argentina, we do have a Personal Data Protection Act, is the 25326. And as Robert was saying, it is in line with the European Personal Data Protection Act. So a transfer of personal data at the beginning in the year 2000, it was illegal, but now it is not. It mentions countries with adequate protection levels. Canada is one of those countries, Uruguay, another one, the European Union as well. And there's a list of countries that are that have this adequate level of protection. But if there's a country that is not in the list, but it has a contract, that is also allowed. We have a specific site for Argentina in AWS that mentions this and talks about all the regions in the world, and also a guideline on how you as a private institution should comply with the Personal Data Protection Act. The Information Technology National Office also has guidelines for public institutions on how they should purchase the cloud services. And it mentions specific things such as availability, answering times, etc. So busted. This myth was busted. The next one, the cloud can offer opportunities to local IT companies. Is the cloud offering opportunities or not? What do you think? Those who think the answer is yes, please raise your hands. Okay, half and half. So in general, we believe that there are 3-4 cloud services providers in the world, so AWS, Oracle, Microsoft, and they take it all. Actually, there are cloud computing providers that have part of the solution. That is the one that I was showing you. But there's there are other providers. There are companies that do requirements analysis, strategy development, design support, security, governance. And this is not offered by the cloud computing provider. This is offered by companies that are partners of the cloud service providers, and those are local companies. Let me give you an example. This is the United Kingdom marketplace. The UK buys cloud services, and this is the number 12 release. Look at the number of suppliers as of today. 3,000 providers buying cloud services, and almost 50% are public organizations, and almost 40% are small organizations and agencies. And that is the huge opportunity that we are showing here. It's not like it's only 5 or 6 players. It's many players adding value, including government organizations, offering and developing solutions for other maybe government organizations. So we believe that the cloud offers opportunities for companies. Migration to the cloud. I am in my data center and I want to migrate to the cloud. Is it going to be difficult? Is it going to take a lot of time? Some believe it is, and this is the answer. I know about this and I know how to handle a database, but there are many services that I know how to use. I'm going to give you some examples. SSIG, Uruguay, for example, the appointments for COVID. In 2 days, the system was working. There were some technical limitations, but they took it to the cloud and they solved it. University de los Lagos, COVID, 11,000 students. In 3 weeks, they were able to solve the e-learning for 11,000 students, and in 3 weeks, they were able to start using it. In the municipality of Córdoba, it took 5 months to change the tax system, and it reduced IT expenditure in 90%. And of course, from hours and days of having no availability of the system, everything started working perfectly. So, of course, it takes time sometimes, but there are different strategies, and there's a lot of experience in the cloud in order to retain, retire systems, to rehost, replatform, repurchase. There are different models that are already implemented. Another myth is that the state or the government cannot acquire cloud services. Why? Because it is variable and it is paid by usage. Who believe it is? This is true. It's not easy. Of course, there are certain details that should be taken into account. So, government institution doesn't know how to do it, but today the government agencies are already acquiring cloud services, or they are already acquiring different services, for example, electricity, telecommunications. There are different mechanisms that can be applied. Public tender, for example, doing it by application, uh, open purchasing orders. There are different ways of doing it. So this myth also is busted. And now this is the end of my presentation. I'm open for questions from the audience. A big round of applause for Ariel, please. Thank you. I think that it was very interesting what you were saying about small companies that can work with the cloud infrastructure. What do they need? Thinking that Argentina has a lot of small companies in the industry, what do these companies need to interact with companies such as AWS? Do they need some kind of certification to have some kind of course certification? In traditional technology, there were many requirements in order to sell and offer that technology. In the cloud, what we need is knowledge, because we already have the infrastructure. So in the case of AWS, as well as the other service providers, cloud service providers, the necessary thing is to have people with knowledge. It could be 2 or 15, it doesn't matter, but there's a way that you can follow in the partnering way that what you need is that. So we do have companies in Argentina that develop a solution, and that solution is already available to be implemented by any government organization or agency. And it's a quick way for small companies. I believe that is a model that is perfect for Argentina. You don't need so many requirements, but what you do need is knowledge, know-how. So in AWS, we do have a training program. We have the goal of training 29 million people for 2023. And in Argentina, we have already trained 1 million people with different training courses, sessions, offering some kind of certification courses. And there's a question there from the audience. I'm Lorenzo Martinez from the Dominican Republic. Thanks for your presentation about AWS model. Although the cloud offers great advantages, specifically during the pandemic, the infrastructure and that many companies didn't have in order to move towards the digital model, it was a challenge. So the shared responsibility model, taking into account that the regulations depend on the different countries, how do you offer some kind of support for governments as regards research or sometimes investigations on cybercrime, and how that infrastructure is offered in the cloud and not on premises? That kind of cooperation, how do you handle that? That question has many answers. First of all, we need to think about the shared responsibility model. That is public. In our website, we explain how it works. There's an AWS responsibility that is until we offer the service. Data center, physical security, that is depends on us. But then the owner of information, of data, is going to be the customer, the end user. And that depends on how they are going to develop their security strategy for the data. And if you have a computing server or a machine learning platform, that is going to be different. It is a clear model. How do we help governments? First of all, AWS has two business lines, two business units that are totally different, and this is unique in the industry. The public sector depends on the CEO of the company, and the public sector customers are totally different from corporate customers. It's going to be different how I'm going to handle Netflix or the government of a country. So we have like a company that is committed to work with the public sector. So we work hand in hand, helping you with security models so that when you are responsible of the data, you have the security strategies and you can have the disaster recovery or contingency plans whenever there's a problem. And also, we do have mechanisms to understand when there's a problem. Those early warnings are carried out by us so that we can explain you with embedded services in the platform so that you can see if there is some kind of issue or some kind of problem that shouldn't be there. So there's several approaches, and it would be more like a security presentation, but I think that with this I am answering your question. It's a specific unit in AWS. I'm sorry, but I can see with the lights in my face. My question is about data localization. Some governments are interested in data localization. So I believe that it's not something that is very efficient, but it's important for some of the players in the government. So what do you think about the cloud solutions for this specific issue and this situation? Yes, the question has to do with some countries that have data localization within their territory, and the cloud is not designed for that. So what do I believe and how do we solve it? Amazon's goal as a company, I'm talking about Amazon in general, the goal is to be the most customer-oriented company in the world. So that's why we believe that there are public sector customers and we have a specific company for those customers. And we understand that there are many countries that want to do what you're mentioning for different reasons. We can technically discuss if it's good or not, but it's the decision of a customer or a government. So data localization is something that the cloud needs to address. That is the first answer that I'm giving you. How do we do it? First of all, with this new developments like local zones, as I was saying, Argentina is going to have this year a local zone in Argentina. So the data are going to reside in Argentina. For example, if you want it as a government, are you from Brazil? Okay, in Brazil, we do have a specific region, so you do have data localization in Brazil. But for example, in Chile and Argentina, we didn't, and now we are going to offer it this year. Secondly, the cloud, that would be like the public cloud, as I showed. I have part of the information in the data center and part in the public cloud. That is a hybrid cloud. And it offers certain technology solutions and a specific solution that is called Outpost, that those are data center racks that belong to AWS. And it is the same technology that we use in those soccer stadiums or football stadiums that I was showing. It is the same technology. Why? Because we need any solution that we offer to be sent to the data center, and the owner of those hardware is going to be AWS. You are not buying it, the hardware. So you are using the infrastructure in the data center, and that is part of our strategy. We develop a new product offering the whole cloud with the same hardware to your data center so as to serve your data localization requirements. I have a question from the audience online, from Valentina in Italy. How does Amazon is going to be managing the global warming issues in their data center? You know that there are some research that says that if we all connect to internet today with today's technology and carbon emissions, global warming would be dramatic. I am optimistic and I believe in human ingenuity to solve this problem. So data centers, of course, are carbon emissions, a carbon emission problem, but it's an interesting question, and we all know about the net zero goal and the Paris Agreement. You know, our founder is well known all over the world, Jack Bezos, and he's passionate about what technology can do to help humanity. And he asked companies all over the world to the climate pledge. He said, I'm going to raise my hand and I want companies to join me so that 2050 becomes 2040. Some companies joined him. AWS is going to go to carbon neutrality before 2040. As regards data centers specifically, in 2025, all the energy of Amazon as a company, I'm talking about the .com, the storages, Prime Video, and Amazon Web Services, is going to be 100% renewable. Last year, Amazon was the biggest customer in the world in renewable energy investment. Those are the efforts of the company. And specifically about data center, there's an interesting research that mentions that using a data center is going to be more efficient from the energy point of view than building a data center. As regards the carbon footprint, is going to be more efficient. I don't have the exact numbers. I'm going to give some estimates, but I believe that is between 70 and 80% carbon footprint reduction. If I use a data center that already has renewable energy and water management, at the beginning data centers needed a lot of cooling and it was based on water, so there was a clear impact on nature, on the environment, and today a lot is done with cooling by using electricity. So with renewable energy we solve that problem, and the new data centers that we are building require the same amount of water that 2 homes use every year. So the AWS data center is going to use the same amount of water that 2 homes use every year. And that is technology and what technology means, and that's why I'm so passionate about it. What this question from this girl in Italy means this, that we can do a lot to reduce the carbon footprint, and the company I work for is doing that. I don't know if you have heard that Amazon.com has a lot of deliveries in the US, and we have bought 100,000 electric vehicles for the deliveries. So the strategy for the environmental impact is quite comprehensive, and I can be talking about it for a long time. Search Climate Pledge, and you're going to see all our strategy as regards energy and environmental impact all over the world. Thank you. Thanks for your time. Thanks for being here. It was very interesting. And in the next presentation, we're going to be talking about flow of data, and it's a research that a specialist in Spain carried out. She is going to explain everything and is going to talk about where data centers are located and regulations. So thanks for your time, for being here. And now we are going to have a coffee break.
Las chicas del fondo, mis chicas, mis chicas del fondo. Bueno, vamos con la próxima presentación. A ver si tengo poder.
An interesting topic that came up was the cross-border flow of data. From Geneva, we have Pilar Fajarnet. She's Spanish, but she works in UNCTAD, the UN agency responsible for trade. And she published a study on cross-border data flow. She was so kind enough to bring that paper to my office, where also you can find it online. But let me remind you that if you are interested in this topic, that is very related to cloud services, evidence that they explained that could be used from in cross-border cases. Pilar, can you hear me from there? Hello, Olga. Good morning. I'm speaking from Geneva. Good afternoon for you that you're in Geneva, in Switzerland. Thank you very much for being here. I was telling them about the UNTAD study and the survey that was conducted by you at the United Nations. I have the publication, however, the printed publication, but you can download the online version. It's great to pursue further knowledge or know-how on these issues. And Pilar, can you share the screen so you can follow that? You can follow the presentation and the timing of your presentation. Thank you very much for inviting UNTAD to share this presentation. Let me manage the presentation or the PowerPoint directly from here. Can you see it? Yes. Perfect. As Olga said, the Digital Economy Survey is one of the publications made by UNTAD, and this is the one that was published by the division that is responsible for the digital impact on development. This is published every 2 years. This is the latest release that is on cross-border data flow and who is the receiver of this flow or data flow. The progress that has been made based on the previous publications on value capture in the digital economy together with this report or the previous report show clearly what are the dynamics of the digital economy, the problems for development, especially the fact that the role played by digital platforms and the inequalities that arise out of this topic, especially from the United States and China, and given also the value of the digital economy. The digital economy captures this data, and everything that it revolves around that works on the data that we provide. So data digital become important as a strategic and economic value. Here, Antonio Guterres quotes and underscores the role played by data because it's a social and a strategic value, and this will determine and will affect to a greater or lesser extent the capacity in order to attain the SDGs. The 2030 agenda. Let me start by going over the report. Speaking of inequalities or asymmetries that we are aware of, traditionally we know what the digital divide is. However, we have a digital economy that is increasingly more based on data that evolves pretty fast. As countries get ready to become digital, and that is totally unequal. We have a digital divide. In terms of digital economy, that has been evolving, but in line with the importance that is given to data. Here we have some statistics, but we know full well that there's a digital divide in between countries. And inside the countries, eh, depending on the sector, depending on the urban center, on gender, we have several analyses that we have prepared for the digital divide. Here we have the average internet speed in the most advanced countries compared to developed world, that is 8 less, and internet use in developed countries accounts for 90% compared to 20 in least advanced countries. The worldwide traffic over the internet is very complicated, but this gives us an indication on the internet traffic over the net. In 2022, we consider that is greater than all traffic up to 2016. And if we consider that the international digital affairs and also the data flows tend to use as an indicator the broadband internet or the internet broadband, even though it's not a perfect indicator, is far from what we may seek as an indicator or as metric, but indicates that the cross-border data flow is basically based on two principal routes: North America, Europe, and the United States and China. However, the digital divide, that is the most traditional one, because of data flows and because of the increasingly importance of data, is related to digital divides or global digital divides. There are two leaders that are the United States and China, and we can prove by indicators related to emerging technologies and digital technologies. For example, in terms of data centers, they control 50% of hyperscale across the world. These are the highest across the world. They account for 94% of startups in artificial intelligence. And for the moment being, these countries have the largest global digital platforms, where they have an increasingly more control on the global supply chain of digital data. Given the COVID-19 pandemic, we have witnessed this dominant factor. So this value chain, by gathering data, transmission, storage, analysis, and use. And the benefit lies in the use of data. What is important to tell you is that there was a need in improving the knowledge of data and what it implies for development. A key feature of data is that they are multidimensional. These data do not imply an economic dimension. On the one hand, we see the value chain of data, and data could be of private ownership, like online advertising, that could be targeted through data, the use of digital platforms, as well as cloud services. That would lead also indeed to social value. During the COVID-19 pandemic, by adding data, we witnessed that this allowed policy making to fight the pandemic, like research done on vaccination or for climate change, which are the global challenges that may help with data flow. And for these purposes, it's important to share data both inside the countries and cross-border. Digital data have a non-economic dimension in nature. They have to do with privacy, they may affect human rights. such as freedom of expression or any other sort of dimensions or considerations, and they may affect national security. So we need to consider data not only from the economic point of view, but from other dimensions beyond economics. Some key highlights are that they differ from goods and services. They are like a totally different beast. That means that data, cross-border data flows are not of international ownership. These flows vary or differ in line with data. There are different ways or classifications for data, and there are some that could reside at the national level, and there are some that could flow cross borders. There are personal data, non-personal data, more sensitive data, public data or data of public domain, and let's see how we classify it and how do we consider this data in order to establish the access or the way of accessing this data. An aspect that is considered important in policy making is where we store data. This will depend on many factors, such as political aspects, environmental aspects, because storage requires energy availability or its impact. The decision lies in every single country, in line with considering the advantages and disadvantages. A primary concern is data ownership. What we may consider in terms of development, priority should be placed upon data access. Not only ownership is what our concern is, because data is a very important resource. To speak of ownership is very complex. So priority should be placed upon access rights and usage rights. So governance should be placed and revolve around ownership, because there are many differences in preparing countries or training countries to benefit from data. There's a huge divide between sectors and countries within countries as well. And given the power to digital platforms, there are just a few corporations that have access or privileged access to data, and they have unique capabilities to turn this data into artificial intelligence. And this is the way, basically, where we get these benefits. These are developing countries with global platforms. They run the risk that these developing or developed countries basically take over this data or take control of data owned by developing countries, and they get this raw data. So developing countries will have to pay for the processing of those data or the raw data, especially those that were created in a given country, and this will lead to a dependence scheme. This is clearly known in Latin America in terms of raw materials, manufacturing industries, mining industries, and it's something that we need to prevent in terms of development. From the point of view of development, what is important is that developing countries be able to capture the value of the data out of the way they produce it in the domestic level. Although it's very difficult to measure the statistics if we classify countries in terms of that cross-border data flows and development, we will witness that the incoming data in developed countries, for example, that would be the United States, where, for example, they have global digital platforms or they have assets with high caliber of technology and very skilled talent in IT. China would be a developing country that has these data flows. Now, the rest of the countries would be outgoing data distributed in developing and developed countries. having different capabilities in line with their digital platforms or not. We may guess that at the regional level, in the case of Latin America, Mercado Libre, for example, is a very powerful digital platform. So Argentina will be well positioned in contrast with China in terms of incoming data. And given this scenario, we are going to draw some conclusions. Policy making in connection with digital data and cross-border data flows are increasingly more important. These policies are necessary to maximize all benefits for the data economy by minimizing risks, the inherent risks in this environment in order to result into equalities of having this data, unlike the situation that we undergo today, because we live in a jungle that is not very well regulated at the international level, where digital platforms could own most of the benefits or benefit from this data and to prevent all conflicts of interest. One of the things that we need to underscore is that streamlining processes like demanding data on the one end or localization of the data on the other will require limited use for the SDGs. That is why we need to find commitments to find or to reach consensus. The objective of which would be that Internet governance of data should adopt a comprehensive holistic perspective, given the multidimension of data multilaterally and integrating all the stakeholders. Now, given this scenario, what we intended to do is to provide a survey on what the state of affairs was. This is ever changing, and this report was produced a year ago. However, in general terms, I would say that it's applicable. If we have a look at this, there are three spheres of influence that presuppose a threat over the global economy because they have a different approach from internet governance. On the one hand, we have the United States that is highly focused on the private sector, China that is owned by the state, and the European Union where they focus data based on the individuals and their fundamental values. This sort of approach has to do with their expansion strategies across the world. The United States expands through corporations, China by the Silk Road, digitally supported or fully supported by the state, and the European Union is doing this in terms of regulations, such as being a worldwide regulation model or regulatory model, and by signing agreements with countries. So there's a risk of fragmenting the internet space that will lead into conflicts with the main stakeholders, such as the United States and China, because there's a race of dominating these technologies to gain strategic advantages. At the same time, given the scenario, the digital global platforms are expanding their own data ecosystems. This fragmentation does not help with development because it goes against the original spirit of the internet and probably is not going to favor developing countries either because it's not reasonable. I mean, developing countries in general terms. They have commercial or trade ties with developed countries, so it would be favorable for them to pick one or the other. In economic terms, what is desirable is the interoperability that would produce better results, since fragmentation could have negative effects detrimental to structures having oligopolies, influences of governments, and pressures from them, and will affect collaboration in between jurisdictions. Now, given the lack of a regulatory system for cross-border data flow, what happens is that countries need to regulate, they have no choice. but to regulate data in order to attain policy making objectives, development objectives. And now, in line with what has happened recently, we were able to map the policies at the national level, as Olga well explained. For example, she urged you to analyze this in detail. Like, for example, having a universal solution, because there's a lack of universal solution to regulate cross-border data flow, whether it is technological, political, social, economic, cultural, institutional conditions, determine in a way what is the policy making to be applicable. Is more restricted or liberal enforcement. And this is related to public interest, different policies, and what varies among countries is the emphasis that is placed or priorities placed, like, for example, economic development, privacy rights, and other human rights, the enforcement of law, or national security. And there are many legal instruments that can be enforced or that are applicable right now. Here you have an example of them. What clearly shows is that there are many aspects that we use for regulation through different ministries, and that is one of the reasons why we highly recommend, and these are seen in the guidelines of the digital economy, that we should have a comprehensive approach for all ministries and departments to have interoperability among them, because this topic is pervasive, affecting all arenas, all spheres, and all society. We perform an analysis of what's going on at the regional and the international level that revealed different agreements that address data flows. There is an important part in the regional and commercial and international agreements on economic trade. For example, at the worldwide level, we have the Joint Initiative on Economic or Electronic Trade or Commerce that includes agreements that are bilateral treaties, agreements on data, and some other initiatives that, for example, revolve around more specific issues such as privacy. In the broader aspect of the OECD, however, if we consider Latin America as a region, I'm sorry that this slide is in English, but you have the data protection channel, the agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean, and other examples that are in this listing. However, the result, given the analysis of the regulatory framework, was produced at the national and the international level, demonstrating that there are limitations in its scope, both in connection with these topics and geography, and because of their geography. The fact that data are multidimensional, this goes beyond regulations in connection with international trade or in connection with privacy. And in its geography, what we notice is that these data pose a global challenge. And facing this challenge at the regional level means that it's significant to have regional stances. However, from the point of view of internet governance, this will imply that we should have data governance at the global level as well. Something that is missing from the slide, because it was done later on, the African Union in Africa, for example, created a regulatory data framework to find common interests. Given the examples where representativeness in the global negotiations could be complex, it could be positive to establish regional strategies. with the aim to enhance global governance. Because if not, it's going to be difficult to facilitate this data in an equitable way while mitigating those risks. To draw some conclusions, let me tell you that we need to seek a global framework for data governance that should benefit the population at large and the planet. The idea was to underscore a common point of interest to share all the objectives that we should attain, that we consider that we should prevent further inequalities, to prevent data from being traded, especially since they're digital assets, because they should benefit the society at large, to prevent further fragmentation of the digital space, to improve trust and confidence of the digital economy and reduce the uncertainties, to face the challenges of policy making in order to face dominant positions of those global digital platforms, and to consider the effects of national policies on other countries. The objective is to have data flow in between countries as much as necessary, responding to the SDGs. In line with the lines of actions that we may have with data, we consider that it's important to establish agreements on definitions, taxonomies, on defining or definitions of data, to establish conditions of data access. We need to improve the metrics, what data flows are, to manage data as worldwide public assets, and to explore new ways of data governance, to strike agreements on digital or principal rights, to develop regulations or rules, and to foster international cooperation for digital platform governance. We may think in this case on the importance of competition policies, even though that for now, even though even though for now these are the national authorities that regulate this, we are faced with international agencies. That's why we want to promote this cooperation. The same goes for taxes. Increasingly more, we need international cooperation to prevent these digital platforms to evade taxes. That means they need to fulfill the payment of those taxes, especially when they have where they have or where they conduct their business activities. So the UN should play a key role. As I said before, there's a whole set of countries, like the least developed countries. The LCDs, they have representativeness issues in regional and worldwide representation with limited representation. So the UN could be the most exclusive forum or space for representing those countries. We believe that the worldwide debate on data governance and data flows should be inclusive, and therefore this should be discussed at the core of the United Nations. So we should create a new institutional world framework that could be multilateral in nature, multi-stakeholder, and multidisciplinary, that could lead in a new coordination agency enshrined in the United Nations. We believe that given the complexity and the context and the topic, it will require new ways of governance. And this new coordination agency for policy making should have a solid or strong mandate and new competencies based on the existing benefits of the UN or beyond. Finally, Let me conclude that there are many countries that they don't have the resources to enhance their capabilities to benefit from this data. That is why it is important to help those countries or to contribute so that they can improve the state of affairs, to improve resources, and to have more capabilities. There's an indication that the situation is unfavorable for helping trade, for communications, and e-communication. In 2019, where we were well below the average of what the Millennium Goals set forth. This will help to improve capabilities to capture data by improving knowledge on data and the implications for development, and to come up with data national strategies to formulate regulatory frameworks and to guarantee the effective involvement of all developing countries in these international processes. And having said this, these were the highlights published in my report, which is long, interesting, but these are the key takeaways of the report. Thank you very much. Round of applause for Pilar. We have a Telegram chat and they shared the link. I know that is a very interesting presentation. She will summarize the topics. We have a few questions. We don't have time, but are there any questions? Gabby has a question. Valentina there is Lily says, if together with the ISO on data treatment, can you get a homogeneous solution to the activity of the 108 plus convention? And if it's necessary, from Mexico they're asking this, if it's necessary to consider the possibility that the regulatory framework be global to have better data flow. And Gabby has another question there. Gabby, you have the floor. Over to you. Pilar, thank you very much for the presentation. In Argentina, we're very interested in your report on data transfer published by UNTAD because poses the challenge of creating a new stance for developing countries, very similar to what we had with the separate in theory exchange inequalities for international trade. And given the new data economy, your position in the report is to focus on the raw material of data. And in terms of international cooperation, to provide assistance for technology transfer and for technology or digital skills. I know that it's very comprehensive, it's very detailed. From Argentina, we would like to drive all these topics that are included in the report by saying that we should prevent the inequalities in these terms. So we're working on this. Do you have any contributions or thoughts on technology transfer, not as in, especially not only as international cooperation, but considering other things? Pilar, any thoughts? In connection with the ISO standards, one of the measures that we were preparing is to seek standards, but we should find more. It's just one contribution and it helps, not just ISO. And in connection with Convention 108 plus, it's 108 plus. As I work in English, I cannot really hear or understand sometimes Spanish very well, but it doesn't cover all countries. We should have global international cooperation and global governance because data governance should be in different tiers. This was explained in the report that started globally and then regionally and then at the national level, or we can take it to an individual level, because all individuals need to manage our data by one way or another. So we need to improve our knowledge, our expertise on what can be done in order to protect our data. But there's no doubt that we should have global governance, because this has a global scope. So it requires from us and from countries to have further coordination, although we have a very difficult context and many global challenges that we're faced with. This is the dilemma that we have today. There are global challenges. However, we're pursuing inward-looking approaches. In connection with the information exchange, I think it's one of the thoughts from the audience, but let me underscore that, especially by the UNTAD mandate, we're seeking integration to benefit developing countries and the world economy. From what we experience in many of the discussions held on data governance, is that they highly focus on anything but on data distribution. And this was relegated. And as it was set aside, we were interested in having value adding in our report by focusing on the need that these benefits be distributed equitably. And the issue of the raw data, that means the raw material used in the data, it was important to it was important to analyze it for the goods and services that we know of, because data regulation has been tried on or has been analyzed from the trade economic point of view. And it was regulated and it was in the spirit of free trade. However, if we consider data as raw material or raw data, and in this process we end up in digital intelligence, the result of this data could be considered a service. A service in itself, but the raw data, the raw material, is not regulated in any way. And it should be regulated because we should prevent the use or of these powerful companies or digital platforms to own this data, especially what is going on in China and in the United States, that own the raw data from developing countries to later sell them the processed data. Thank you very much, Pilar. I would like to commend you for your research conducted in this field. Is really great. And we believe that data are the basis of what's coming, like artificial intelligence, the exchange of information, advertising, marketing, the advances of large digital platforms. We gotta see how this evolves, but your report is a building block to have enough expertise and know-how. Greetings from Argentina. We'll see you in person or virtually. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Remain seated. Please stay tuned for the next virtual conference.
Tamar, que trabaja en Google, que también nos va a hablar.
Tamar, who works in Google Argentina, is going to be addressing artificial intelligence. And it's something that we started, that we picked up yesterday, and we're going to continue today. And then we will have a panel on internet project financing. And then we'll break for lunch. Very busy morning.
En el chat de Telegram tienen el Drive con...
You have the Google Drive with all the pictures in the Telegram chat. And social media. that we're seeing that you may follow to screen the conferences and the pictures that we have taken.
Acá estoy. Bueno, seguimos con...
Okay, let's go on with artificial intelligence and data. That is going to be addressed by Tomar from Google Argentina. Tomar, are you on? Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you very much. We had a very busy morning speaking of cross-border data flow clouds addressed by Microsoft. Another presentation made by AWB, Amazon Web Services, and then the perspective of Google, especially for those of you that are involved on cloud services and using data as a foundations for operations and for the service provided to users. Tamara, I would like to welcome you, and especially I would like to thank you for your sponsorship. I think after Microsoft, you were the one that started sponsoring an events together with Telefonica. Thank you for your time and for being here. Floor is all yours. Over to you. Because you're going to be addressing artificial intelligence in the region, opportunities, challenges. We clearly see you from here, so go ahead if you want to share your screen. Just my screen? Can you hear me? Yes. All set. Yeah, we're going to be advancing slides from here. Don't worry. Can we start without the PowerPoint presentation? It's all set. Right there. All screened. I think that we have the first one that is benefits and opportunities of artificial intelligence in Latin America. And you can refer to the number of the slide, and we are advancing the slides from here. It's a pleasure being a keynote speaker in this event that is so important, training so many people in the region of Latin America that allows for these companies and stakeholders from so many sectors to discuss openly over these topics that are so important. So it's a unique space. As Olga said, we've participated for years, and it's key because it's just a unique space that gathers so many people that are relevant for this sector and so many people that are excited about learning to hold this sort of discussions. So we're happy to be here. That's why I would like to acknowledge Olga and Adrian. Let me speak on the benefits and opportunities that AI bring to Latin America. As Olga said, I know that you have discussed this with other companies and other stakeholders, public officials from governments from many countries. So I don't want to be redundant. And I'm sure artificial intelligence has already been discussed, and you're aware of this. Given the time that we have, we need to consider why artificial intelligence matters in Latin America and why it should be part of the regional agenda from now onwards, given or under a moderation framework. Because if there's something that describes artificial intelligence, is that sometimes we exacerbate from the positive and from the negative point of view the issue of artificial intelligence, because it's not going to solve all problems at the regional health, educational, economic problems, or is the biggest threat that we face nowadays as humankind. But I believe that this is not the case. We should be more moderate, thinking of what the inherent risks are that could be discussed today and what the benefits are. But we need to be more pragmatic and realistic in order to approach this that will serve how to leverage this opportunity that we have with AI, and not to be scared of AI, to make progress feeling secure or safe with the data or with the benefits that AI brings to the table, because there are so many benefits that it could bring in the future. We need to go slow down. We are faced with challenges, obstacles, and we can openly discuss this to see how we are going to set a new course to leverage these benefits. My name is Tamar Kolodenko, and I work in public policy and affairs of government for the Southern Cone. By way of background, to see why we are concerned with artificial intelligence in Google is because Google is a company where AI lies in the foundations of Google. When we think of the search engine and in Google Translation, YouTube, Gmail, Android, the operating system that lies behind or that is underlying all smartphones that we have. So all our products have artificial intelligence development, and that's how we operate in Google. So we have thought of artificial intelligence for so many years. To tell you the truth, what we have seen or witnessed that over the last decade, the growth of AI has been exponential, has made a lot of progress. 10 years ago, probably, artificial intelligence was only used for merely basic classifications or rates, identifying a dog or a cat on a photo, but not sophisticated methodologies. And needless to say that AI right now help physicians to detect breast cancer or other diseases like diabetes, kidney disease, and it has made progress and plays a key role. Why they have advanced so much and why do we increasingly use more this topic of AI is because we have more sophisticated algorithms and tools to develop AI, and definitely increasingly more resources, more computation capabilities, and more creativity. We innovate on the use of AI nowadays. Another key important aspect for us that we will discuss later on, for AI to be successful, on the part of Google, we think that it should be responsible, that there should be a responsible and ethical use of AI, which is key to many of the discussions that are being held at the local and at the regional level and at the global level. There are many international organizations that are considering the use of AI or responsible AI. We had some guidelines established by Google defining it as responsible AI, and that is an ever changing document that is in line with the contributions made by other parts of society. But let me see what these guiding principles are that should include ethical and responsible AI, on what AI should be in terms of responsible use. It should be promoting the social benefit that would prevent the use or reinforcing prejudices or biases, guaranteeing or ensuring safety, ensuring security, privacy by design, with high levels of scientific excellence and other guidelines. And let's see what it shouldn't be used for. At least from our point of view, we think that it shouldn't result in that it shouldn't be detrimental for the public at large to infringe international rules in connection with surveillance or to infringe human rights. So this is the overview of the guiding principles established by Google. Later on during the Q&A, we can dwell on how we apply these principles in developing these processes and what is the internal guarantees that ensure that these products fulfill the standards. So what is AI? Its inherent risks, opportunities, and benefits. This is discussed globally in the OECD, G20. And one may wonder, what is the role played in Latin America? Should we care? Or should we be only part of these global discussions, having our private views, having a special Latin American footprint on the thoughts of AI? I would venture to say that we should care, having a Latin American framework to promote AI in Latin America. And that is why, on the part of Google, we started exploring ideas and discussing with many governments of civil society stakeholders to understand how they saw those challenges posed by AI in Latin America. And we commend the study. So we entrust a survey to The Economist, the magazine, that has a research unit in order to understand this question, how to think of AI and its development in Latin America. That is, what are the opportunities together with its benefits and the barriers of entry or obstacles to overcome to develop this in Latin America. Let me discuss some of the results produced by the study that became relevant and that could give us some guidelines on what to do and how to make progress accelerating AI in the sector. One of the main results produced by this study In between brackets, this is a study that combined interviews to worldwide and local experts together with research made by this institution. One of the results that produced this study or this research that comes at no surprise is that there's policy making on AI in the region. However, there are disparities. Why do we have these asymmetries? Well, because there's there are channels or bridges that are missing to align these policies that we see at the local level, and because there's discontinuity with the administrations. And even though, or in spite of being policy of state, there are policies that are of a particular administration and they don't prevail, and then they return back to square one, and the next administration had to think of new public states or public policy or a new AI at the national level. So this was, I mean, it came at no surprise, but it was an interesting result to consider of why AI sometimes is not implemented in the region and if there's a way to have a long-term view on it. This came as no surprise either. COVID-19 pandemic accelerated technology adoption and investments made in this sector. Last year, investments were made in key sectors, specifically in AI technology, threefold compared to the previous year. That is, in 2021, the investments were threefold compared to 2020. We witnessed that increase in the financial sector, in health, and the agribusiness sector. Another result produced by these statistics that we should reflect upon is that public administration in Latin America implements slowly the use of AI for internal processes in very interesting areas such as bureaucracy automation, job creation. I think that the Labor Ministry in Chile they uses AI tools to help people that are looking for jobs to improve their resumes. So it's a very creative software. It's nice, simple, that is promoted by the public administration of Chile, and there are other uses or applications such as fighting corruption. Later, we're going to dwell on the challenges in the AI adoption by the public sector, but we can see that there's promissory progress that has been made. It's very encouraging that despite the tragedies or how detrimental the pandemic was, on the part of, the public sector came on board with emergent technologies, and right now we are witnessing that the implementation is being done in the public sector. Let's go to the next item. This region has experienced many uses or implementations of AI for development or for the common good. And there are many interesting experiences. Later on, we are going to delve on this, and later I'm going to bring to the board or bring to the table some of the cases that are really nice, and these are applications of AI in medicine, environment, and accessibility, where one can see a beneficial field to promote AI in Latin America that resulted into very interesting results, very encouraging results. And sometimes we see obstacles or challenges that we're faced with when it comes to regulatory frameworks, and we started debating this. And sometimes we see asymmetries, or an imbalance, or sometimes we make a step forward and two backwards. I mean, there's an imbalance in this regulatory framework. Eventually, the opportunity lies in Latin America. Encouraging statistics or conservative statistics that were produced by this research that argue that thanks to the adoption of AI, Latin America's GDP could increase more than 5% by 2030 thanks to the adoption of AI intensively. So it's not always that there's an opportunity or a benefit produced by AI because AI has many applications such as local development, the common good, inclusion, but there are economic concrete benefits. We just went over the opportunities or the benefits brought by AI from the economic and social point of view to the region. But what are the barriers? What should we do on the part of Latin America and in this region to drive this growth sustainably? So what is preventing us from doing this? Because we make advances, we make progress, but slowly. We're slower than other regions. We're lying kind of behind in discussions and in adoption and investments compared to Asia, Europe, or the United States. What can we do about it to accelerate the rate of this growth? There are three pillars that will allow to accelerate growth or development exponentially. Right now, we can consider that they are obstacles. First, the digital infrastructure, digital divide. Digital infrastructure means connectivity, something that I'm sure that you discussed in this conference. The public works of engineering that is so demanded to connect the continent. And the digital divide that is related to connectivity because it should benefit equally and inclusively all stakeholders. I mean, it's no use of having digital infrastructure if the access is in the hands of a few. So we have to solve or overcome both things at once, connecting each other and benefiting the society at large. Another challenge is talent. We know that there's a lot of talent in our region. However, we do require more to inspire more vocations related to these technologies. We need to have equal opportunities for programmers, for developers, to be across the board, whether they're provinces, regions, whether they're men, women, and from different social sectors. So we do require a higher number of talents because it's a high intensive industry. And sometimes we cannot find the na- the human capital with the necessary skills to develop this. And from the private sector and public sector, there are lots of things to do to develop these talents in the region and to create more local talent. Lastly, another barrier that we have identified in the research, speaking with the experts and doing research, are the perceptions and the responsible use. And it's what we discussed before. Sometimes people believe that it is unsafe to use AI or there are ethical challenges, which is a limiting factor for adopting or for including this technology in other sectors. So we need to think how we should go about preventing that AI produced biases or incorrect results, or that people should rely uniquely on these results as citizens. So this becomes an adoption barrier. There are ways of finding a way or solving the obstacles, but it needs to be well thought in a multi-sectorial view with a robust and broad concept. 10 minutes. We saw what opportunities were barriers that prevent the adoption, and we do have some recommendations or guidelines. So what are these guidelines? First recommendation in line what we discussed is to develop local talent. How this is done in different ways. It's a joint effort together with the private and public sector, civil society, and academia. That is to develop these vocations or to trigger these vocations. Start from the first school years. That is how we are going to include not only syllabus for learning this, but literacy on AI in the early stages of education. That is, how can we expose children to the meaning of AI, to playing games with artificial intelligence, gaming, algorithm programming, early detection programs that I'm sure that you will find online, so they could be touching or exposed to these technologies and to try to trigger some interest in the early stages. Another recommendation is to promote local and research and development, which is, I mean, it's not new. All governments think that this is key for development, but many times we have budgetary constraints to promote local research and development. So I believe that the challenge ahead of us is to increase these budgets, to invest in these projects. Another thing that we were discussing was to have clear guidelines or clear rules of transparency and the ethical use of AI, which in turn will produce more confidence in citizens and trust. So it could be adopted easily and swiftly because we need to rely on these tools that is going to fulfill and satisfy the needs and that they have the necessary guidelines to support AI and to include the guidelines somehow in developing these technologies. A robust infrastructure is key by ways of connectivity. Since we've been working with all sectors in an accelerated fashion in order to improve infrastructure public works. For example, we have submarine cabling right now. Underwater cabling developed by Latin American companies, by public institutions. And a lot of progress has been made over the years, but it requires more and faster. And once again, this infrastructure should benefit the society at large. The industry should play a key role, and that role means many things. It has to do with promoting the ethical use of AI, giving the necessary guarantees to users to ensure them that this is safe. It has to do with working in line with the public sector or together with the public sector to develop more local talent. Because sometimes there are pressures between the public and private sector with the scarcity of emerging technologies. And this is detrimental for the ecosystem. What should happen is that we should work on public and private partnerships to create these sort of talents for both sectors, for adopting the development of technology that is so necessary for developing our region. And that role could mean helping others to study PhDs, master's programs, providing scholarships, giving the chance so people could have basic skills or more advanced capabilities, and there are many ways in which we can do this. However, the role of the industry is key, and so is the one of the private sector. Let me address the issue that we mentioned at the very beginning. AI public policies are key here. They should be coordinated locally and regionally, especially regionally, with the many stakeholders to provide continuity. There's a great challenge to have continuity in our region because this public policy should be policy state, not about administration and to change every 4 years. For these purposes, we need to hold robust, strong debates and discussions with the stakeholders to establish the basis or the foundations for the public policies. Many governments were successful in defining public policy. As of this dialogue, multisectorial debate, and many countries face these challenges of public policy still. This is the last slide, so it was an overview of the survey that we entrust The Economist, and is what Google is witnessing in the Latin American region. Do we have time for the Q&A now? Can you hear me? Yes. You were asking if there was time for the Q&A, and let me tell you that yes. Is this survey exclusively for you, or is it online and is published online? Yes, it's a public domain, and I can share it with you later on. Yeah, it's very interesting. Some highlights we know of, but it's a formal study, especially commissioned by Google. Imagine in writing. It really helps for policymakers, those people that are involved in education and other spaces. Are there any questions for tomorrow? Hi, my name is Lucia. I'm a lawyer from the University of Buenos Aires, and I have two questions for you. First one is, do you use machine learning algorithms to attain accountability? That was one of Google's principles. And do you have any collaboration or initiatives with the public sector to apply artificial intelligence? Thank you, Lucia, for your questions. Let me take those. Yes, we have many initiatives in line with the public sector. We have worked with the public sector. What we worked was on environmental matters with local governments, on the use of AI algorithms for early detection of fires or floods. And these are concrete examples with the public sector and public agencies for its implementation. Can you hear me? Yes. And the first question has to do with the accountability, right? Accountability sometimes is difficult to define it in Spanish. But there are many ways, depending on the products and services, to have accountability. On Google, or in Google, we think of the critical mission of applications or tools. There are some, or there are developments of AI that are critical for upholding human rights, or that may have a negative impact on their lives. It's not the same an algorithm or an application using AI that detects the name of the plant that you have at home and you can water it twice or three times a day or a week. And then an algorithm that it requires something that will have an impact on the justice system. It will depend a different type of degree of sophistication of using machinery, technology that imply different levels of accountability. So we need to think on the use and application of the particular features of every case. By user sometimes requires something basic or essential understanding how the algorithm works, but not to understand all the technicalities underlying, or sometimes they do require the fundamentals, what lies behind the algorithm that makes a decision in the justice system, or, for example, granting a bank loan or something that is more critical. So here we are dwelling on the technicalities, and all, not all algorithms require the same level of detail for the public, or technical information that is behind, for example, a certain machine. I mean, the person needs to understand why it works or not the access to an equation that supports the algorithm. I mean, we need to think what the user needs or the target audience that this application is used by. It's like user-centric. It's a user-centric application, so we need to understand what is the possible impact on the citizenry, on the individual, and we understand to know if he wants to know all the technicalities, what are the mathematical equations or algebra or everything that's related to training or databases. And then we review the accountability, but it depends on the user. Let me tell you that I'm a heavy user of Google Translator. And Google Translator has evolved throughout time and is increasingly better. Sorry, we're running out of time. Tamara, we'd like to conclude with your remarks. We would like to commend you for your presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your sponsorship. Have a nice day, and we will be in touch. Thank you very much. Thanks, Olga. Goodbye.
Ahí vamos, ¿eh? Ponémelos a todos y... Acá, conmigo, sí, donde quieras. Jorge no está, fíjate si se puede conectar. ¿Lo tenés en WhatsApp? Hello, can you hear me? Can you see me? Can you see us here? Hello. Bueno, no se escucha. Hola. Ya está, se fueron. Hello. Hola, Jorge. Hello. Can you see us? Can you hear us? We can see you.
¿Cómo están?
Hola, Jorge. ¿Nos escuchás? ¿Nos ves?
Hola, ¿qué tal?
Hola.
¿Cómo están?
Hello, Eduardo, Jorge. Nice to see you.
Igualmente, qué gusto. Sara, how are you? Good to see you. I can hear you very well.
I was on mute.
Okay.
Yes, I'm
Excellent.
doing very well, thank you. It's great to see you and to see everyone today.
Hi, Sarah.
Olga,
we
can you put
we
the
have
YouTube channel in the chat so we can follow along with the translation, please? Or somebody, whoever is in charge of the session.
Sarah,
Hold a second, please.
if you
Thank
want
you,
to
Jorge.
follow the Spanish translation, you should go to the YouTube channel. I sent you in my last email. I sent you the link. I can send it again to you. If you want to follow the Spanish translation into English, I can send it right now to you. Jorge, ¿querés que empecemos ¿cómo es tu plan? Yo estoy acá acompañando a Ray, que trabaja con...
Jorge, how would you like to begin? Can you hear me, Jorge? You are mute. The challenge of technology. Jorge, you're muted. We can't hear you.
La liga para el canal en inglés para la traducción.
I'm going to send Sarah the link for the English translation. I would suggest to begin, and then I'm going to be sending Sarah the link for the English translation. Can you hear me, Jorge?
Perfecto. Listo. Listo. Adrián, Olga, ¿cómo están? Qué gusto.
Hello, Adrián, Olga. It's such a pleasure to be with you sharing this panel. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity of being here with you today.
Pues tenemos de verdad un panel de lujo.
This is a great panel. We have renowned speakers to make this internet magic a reality. Today, we're going to have presentations by Sarah Armstrong from Internet Society Foundation, by Pro from Internet Society as well. They are going to be talking about what's been done in this foundation that started operating in 2019 and that has had an exponential development towards 2022, where they have been supporting different projects. So it's going to be a great pleasure to listen about this, their focus on what the Internet Society is doing. And also from CAF, we have Eduardo Tomali, who is in charge of the technical assessment of the different programs in Internet, as well as Mauricio Agudelo, the Digital Agenda Coordinator from CAF. It's a great pleasure to have you in this panel. Eduardo, Mauricio also, and it's a pleasure to also share the panel with Miguel Porrua, who is a specialist, an e-government specialist from the IDB. It's a pleasure, and I'm happy to have the opportunity to share with you and the audience this online panel. And I would like to start with the presentation. So first of all, Sarah, I don't know if you can share your slides. And if you would like to start with the presentation.
Slides and presentation that you delivered us last Tuesday, please, I will appreciate it very much. And ladies first, so please feel free to go ahead with the presentation about what the Internet Society Foundation is doing.
Okay, so Jorge, you do not have the slides, so you need me to share them, correct?
Please.
Okay, I'm going to do so. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
And you can see, so I will turn it to full slideshow mode now.
Yes.
Yes, it is now.
Excellent. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get started. I will speak slowly for the sake of the translator. And I know because I think I'm the only English speaker on the panel, and I'm thrilled to be here again. As Olga knows and others of you know, I have spoken at this conference several times, and I think that this School of Internet Governance is really, really important. Sake of the work that you've been able to do, translator, and I know because I think I'm the only English speaker on the education that you provide is just so fantastic. As Olga knows and others of you know, I have spoken at. Started to talk about what is a fairly new organization still, the Internet Society Foundation. I'm the executive director of the Internet Society Foundation, and as you can see, I am joined by a colleague today, Rai, and he is our operations specialist. So he and I will actually be sharing the stage today specifically for our organization. So this is an organization that actually Olga was part of helping develop. She was on the board of trustees for the Internet Society at the time that this was being discussed. And so she and I have known each other since I was actually in the interviewing process. So I would like to just nod to Olga and tell her how pleased I am to continue to be working with her. So let me go to the first slide. This is a story about where we've been and where we're going. This foundation was decided to be started by the Internet Society because they felt like it was important for them to extend their mission and vision through philanthropy. So the Internet Society, as many of you probably know, was started way long ago in 1992, but it wasn't until later in the 2000s that they decided that they wanted to go ahead and do more work with philanthropy and try to really extend their mission. So it was during that time that they started some grant programs, but then they decided maybe that's not enough. Maybe what we need is a foundation where we can fund even more organizations to help us realize our vision of the internet is for everyone. So they started a foundation with the help of the board of trustees and very importantly from an outside firm to help do research to determine what a foundation might look like, what the gap areas are for funding, and as a result, what kinds of things program areas might be and might focus on as we started this foundation. So these things were put together with outside counsel and outside experts and then staff and board of trustees. And the Internet Society launched a website in February 2019 to introduce the foundation to the world. So that's what happened in 2019 February, but they needed someone to start it and actually staff it. So that's when I came on board, and that was in July of 2019. And I spent that first part of the year just getting an understanding of what needed to be done, what types of systems we needed, what type of organizational chart, what type of budget, all of those different things were very important to figure out. So it really wasn't until 2020 that we actually decided to really launch new program areas. And so we consider 2022 to be our third operational year. And in that, we are doing such amazing work. We are growing. And this session is about financing, right? So this is what we're doing. We are financing organizations around the globe in dozens of countries to help bring access to people and to help make sure those who have access are very clear on what the benefits of being connected are. So
Sarah, can you hear me?
our vision, the internet is for everyone.
Sarah, can you hear me?
Our mission,
Sarah?
the Internet Society Foundation, we
Sarah, can you hear me?
ideas and we enable communities
No, she
to
cannot hear me.
unlock the world's evolving challenges. We are very
Ella tiene
focused on
tiene dos computadoras abiertas. Esa es
underserved and unserved, and we want to make sure
dos
that
dispositivos. O sea, acá está. Sarah, can you hear me? Sarah? No. Bueno, suban el volumen. ¿Podemos subir el volumen?
you can read a lot about on our website. They do, in some cases, have
Esta mejor.
sub-programs, in which case we end up actually adding
es
up
como
to
que ella-
8
creo que
different
o
program
YouTube
areas.
o alguna otra
One of
cosa.
them, if you look over to the right of the
se
slide,
mezclan
is
los-
in fact Schools of Internet Governance. So I think our name and logo might be around down there where all of you are, or for those of you who are looking at it virtually. And so we've been doing that for years, as well as the regional, national, and global IGF, and then these other program areas about which I'll speak. And then the foundation is also responsible for funding the ICTF LLC. So I think our name and logo might be around down there. So here's our portfolio overview. These are the 5 programs that you saw, as I mentioned. Some have more than one component. Beyond the Net, for example, has both small and large, and those are for Internet Society chapters. This is something we've been doing for a while, and we've been making changes to make it more appealing and more comfortable for the Beyond the Net recipients, which are, again, the Internet Society chapters. We are very committed to making a dialogue constant with our grantees so that we are sure our programs are, in fact, really responding to their needs and that our requirements are not overburdensome, and yet we are very big on transparency and reporting to make sure the funding is being spent the way it
Sarah,
should
excuse
be
me.
spent.
Sorry to interrupt. Please, Adrian is telling me that the audio is not working in adequate manner. So the audio is getting returned. Excuse me.
Okay, so what would you like me to do, Jorge?
Maybe
Sí.
audio.
Can I explain what is happening? This is Olga. It seems that your YouTube channel is open, and so we hear the two audios.
is that better?
Sorry for that, but yeah. Can you speak again?
It is.
I'm still hearing myself speak from previous time.
I can hear you better now.
So is it? So sorry. Is it possible to, if you can, close your second Zoom?
Um,
El año que viene voy a poner la
okay, is that better?
That should be better.
Yeah, it should be better. And we should that a standalone presentation.
I'm asking Adrian if it is
But
already solved.
you should continue and we can try.
Yes, thank you very much.
And see if it's
Okay,
working.
so we're okay now?
Yeah, much better. Yeah.
Yes, we're doing fine. Excellent. Thank you very much,
Sorry
Sarah.
for that.
Was everybody able to follow the presentation so far?
Yeah, we did, but it was kind of an echo with your voice. There was a similar voice somehow overlapping with yours.
Jorge, you're on mute, I think.
Let me confirm.
Sí, pero me preguntaba si se escuchaba bien, pero no sé si me escucha a mí ahora.
Okay.
Sarah, can you hear me? This is
An
Olga.
apology. These technological problems do not have a word of honor, so it usually happens.
Okay, so I spoke about the history of the Internet Society Foundation, how it was founded, when it was founded, its purpose. We also talked about the vision of the Internet Society, as well as the mission of the Internet Society Foundation, and the work that we're doing now in our work towards getting as many people access to the Internet as possible, as well as making sure that they are very clear on the benefits of being connected. So this is an organization that's about 3 years old. It was founded originally by the Internet Society. It was founded for extending the work of the Internet Society, and the Internet Society is for everyone in order to make sure that philanthropy played a role to help extend the reach. So those were the main points that I was making before. I just show you the slides earlier. So this was the timeline I shared. And I mentioned that Olga and I have known each other since the beginning, as she was on our board of trustees at the time. I also shared, like I said, the vision and the mission. And then here I was talking about the different programs that we have. In addition to everything that you see in this graphic, what's very important is to know that we also fund schools of internet governance. And that's something we have done with this one for quite some time. And so I'm sure you've seen our logo. And then I was talking here just specifics about the different programs that we offer. So I'm hoping now that that's more clear and that everybody has had a chance to get at least an idea of the organization and a little bit about me and where we're going. And I'd like to now, I don't want to save time because I know that put us over time with that situation. So I think what I'll do is have Rai, I heard a question.
No, Sarah, Rai is here with me, so he can take the floor now. Can you hear me?
Can you hear us, Sarah?
So should I go ahead and pass it to Rai and have him do the second part of the presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Please, Sarah. Yes,
Okay.
thank you very much.
Okay, and
Muchas
I'm going to
gracias,
go
Cesar.
on mute, okay? And I'm stop sharing, Rai. Or do you need me to use the slides for
can you
you
put
as
the
well?
slides back on?
Can you put the slides on, Rai?
Okay.
Bueno, estas cosas pasan.
Okay, Rai, I'm going to go ahead and run the slides for you.
Great. If you can start at slide 7, I think it is. Yeah, that's perfect. Well, thank you, Sarah. Hola a todos, me llamo Ray y para mí es un placer estar acá con ustedes en Buenos Aires, en Argentina, que para mí es como mi segundo país.
Hello, my name is Rai. It's such a pleasure to be here in Argentina. Argentina is like my second country. I've been working for the Internet Society Foundation together with Sarah, and today I'm going to talk about project financing, internet-related projects through philanthropy. We started with this in 2019, and now we have a portfolio of 5 programs supporting our mission of helping communities all over the world to exploit the internet potential to tackle the challenges in the world. I'm going to talk about 3 programs: skills, research, and bolts. Let's start with skills, which in Spanish would be strengthening the communities, improving lives and livelihoods. We started with this program in 2020 in Bangladesh, Colombia, and Senegal, and we are going to launch it in Brazil, Ghana, and Indonesia, supporting programs that focus on economic inclusion and education. One of the ones who benefit from these programs is in Colombia and has a program that is called Conectadas. You can see Lady Rojas, who is working as a seamstress, and Lady and other participants improved their digital skills to promote their businesses. And here you can see what we were told. Karen said that once she wants to have an online school where women can learn how to develop products and to sell those products. And Lady, in the future, sees herself setting up a school and a successful business to attract new customers on internet. The next program is called BOLT, would be Building Opportunities and Leveraging Technology. We started this program last year in Colombia, India, the US, and Uganda. It's funding innovators working to expand the possibilities of internet connectivity and access. Sole in Colombia is benefiting from this program. That would be self-organized learning environments, and they are going to develop or to create a classroom with this program in order to connect to the internet so that students can ask questions. I was 2 days working with the Sole Colombia team and the YU community in the north of Colombia, in Boca de Camarones, which is a small town, and you can see here 4 people working with the Sole session, and they were doing some research on what is internet. It was a great pleasure to see the efforts they are making to improve their communities. Next slide. Another one in the BOLT program is in Uganda and is called the Uganda Network for Research and Education. And they can go to an access point to connect to internet and to participate in online classes at university. During the pandemic, they couldn't go to in-person classes, so this was a solution. Next slide. The next program is a research program. And we have here 2 organizations and individual researchers benefiting from this program. We have 4 topics here. One has to do with more environmental internet, the economy of internet, and I'm going to show you now the next slide. In our research program, we have a thing that is called policy, and the big research question is how do the predominant languages that digital platforms exist in impact the access, usability, and safety of platforms and content. The researchers are focusing on Uganda, Tanzania, Ethiopia, and India because of the diversity of languages that those countries have. Next slide. To mention the process of application, we have 2 processes. First, the Beyond the Net Large program. We have a selection committee that selects organizations that are going to receive grants. And to talk about the skills, research, REAR, and BOLT programs, we have an independent committee for review of programs. First, the foundation examines the applications and sends them to the committee, and then the committee recommends which projects to finance. Next slide. And what's next? We are going to continue to grow the foundation's portfolio in 2023, and we are going to support more organizations in the Latin American region, the Latin American and the Caribbean region, such as we are doing with Skills in Brazil. If you want to learn more about our programs, you can go to isocfoundation.org or follow us at socials in Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram. Thank you. Jorge, the floor is all yours. Are you there, Jorge? Jorge, can you hear us? While Jorge activates his microphone, I wanted to thank Sara, and I suggest that you visit the webpage because there's a lot of information about financing philanthropic projects, and some of them are through the country's chapter. So if you're interested in those, you could become a member of the Argentinian chapter, and some of the financing is through the chapter, not all of them, but you can join the chapter. I'm sorry. Well, now we are going to continue with the next speaker. In this case, it's going to be Eduardo Chomali from CAF. He's telling me that Mauricio Agudelo had some problems with his flight that was delayed, and he's not going to be able to be here with us today. So thank you, Eduardo, and if you can share what you are doing at CAF as regards financing of internet projects, it would be a pleasure to hear from you. The floor is all yours. Thank you, Jorge. And thanks, Olga, Adrian, and all the team at the school. It's a pleasure to be here with you today in this new edition of the school. As Jorge was saying, Mauricio won't be able to join us today, so we are doing at CAF. CAF is a development bank that is committed with the development in Latin America, and specifically with everything that has to do with regional integration. And we also have a strong commitment of becoming the green bank of Latin America, and also to become the bank for generating projects as regards economic and social issues in Latin America. We have 18 countries in Latin America, as well as Spain and Portugal, and 13 private banks in the region, and we have offices in 13 countries in Latin America, where undoubtedly one of the main agendas that we have that is kind of disruptive and ambitious has to do with digital transformation. I am leading that agenda in the South Cone region in CAF Montevideo, and we have a great opportunity to support countries not only with financing but also being allies, because part of our efforts have to do with developing knowledge, leading edge knowledge and trends as regards the Latin American digital ecosystem. And I would like to highlight that in CAF we have one of the most ambitious observatories in Latin America. We have an observatory that compares more than 150 indicators of Latin America with world, and allow us to map our situation following 7 pillars. And in all of them we have some kind of financing through non-reimbursable technical assistance or financing, and we have an investment portfolio of $3.6 billion up to 2026. Let me share with you some of the pillars of our agenda. Undoubtedly, we consider the connectivity and digital infrastructure is a vital pillar of the digital economy ecosystem, such as inclusion, the green agenda, and we have been working on this in the last year. And also we want to think about how to add value and to allow a productive use of internet. So we are thinking about technologies based on data intelligence, emerging technologies, public policy and regulations on the countries. And of course, at the corporate level, we want to help in the digital transformation and also to take advantage of the human capital. That should be another of the vital pillars in order to take advantage of the opportunities. Which are the main tools that we use to offer support? First of all, financing to countries as well as the private sector. In everything that has to do with digital transformation, we also support strategies and comprehensive reforms for digital transformation, combining infrastructure investment projects and public policy, and also technical assistance and knowledge as regards to different strategies. And we also invest in some companies or some digital projects. And this wouldn't be possible without different alliances that we have with different players and corporations in the region, sharing knowledge and also helping with economic resources. I want to show you some of the projects that we have. The first one it has to do with Panama's 100% digital strategy. And the goal is to enhance internet coverage from 92 to 98% of the population. There are different lines here, and we are doing some research to determine the digital gap of the country at the socio-economic and socio-demographic level to understand the different things that we need to enable. And we started developing initiatives that today are expanding coverage to 3,300 new places and benefiting 300,000 inhabitants. And this is going to benefit the country. This is the situation in 2021. And you can see here how it is evolving. And you can see here the mix between fixed and mobile technology to have a higher coverage in the north of the country. Another project is to try to look for innovative mechanisms to close the digital gap. Miguel is also here with us today. And together with IDB and Telefónica, we are working on a program that is called Internet for Everyone. And an established operator in Peru, such as Telefónica, is contributing a rural network, and it is opening it so that other operators can also use it to generate synergy and offer services and connectivity to rural areas. It is an interesting project. You can see the perspective from 2019 to 2022, and you can see the evolution and how the country has dramatically migrated to a higher density, not only in 3 and 4G technology, but also benefiting around 3 million people in the rural areas of the country that can now take advantage of the internet opportunities. In this case, CAF investment was used, and we have another project here in Argentina. This is a sovereign financing with public collateral. It is a loan of $100 million in the province of Santa Fe. After the pandemic, they had a specific challenge, and it was to change the education system. And they had a lot of problems as regards digital connectivity. So together we developed a plan in which they were going to improve the curriculum, and they were going to improve connectivity and everything that had to do with digital transformation. And we also developed a data provincial network with fiber optic to connect not only all the government agencies, but also schools and different neighborhoods that didn't have access to internet. 365 cities through fiber optic connection and also links through radio and Wi-Fi mesh, so that to offer that connectivity to the whole province. We are doing the tenders for the fiber optic channels, and we expect to be implemented in the next few months. Another project, or mega project, as regards digital integration, because of the size of the project. As you know, Latin America is interconnected to internet mainly through the US, and so far we didn't have a direct connection with Asia. So working with the Chilean government, we contributed technical cooperation resources, non-reimbursable resources of $3 million to do a feasibility and technical, legal, and economical analysis of this undersea cable. It's a 15,000 kilometer system from Valparaiso, Chile to Sydney that is going to interconnect to the Asian hubs. And because of geopolitical issues and some risks connected with technical things, it's also a very important project with an investment potential of $450 million. This is being reassessed, but it's to give you an idea of the size of the projects that we are financing. Another project that is beyond connectivity has to do with how we can take advantage of connectivity with projects with colleagues from other areas. For example, from the private sector, in the agribusiness sector, a colleague started seeing the possibility of improving the competitiveness of an agro-exporting business in Peru, which is an agro-industrial cluster that has around 15% of agro-exports in Peru. And in our area, in digital transformation, we developed the guidelines to move towards a digital area, not only in everything that has to do with transport, but also the whole chain, including crops, automation, data analysis, and developing some kind of capabilities in loading, tools for the management of water resources, etc. So we do have the mix between the use of connectivity directly applied to specific territories. And also I would like to mention that before financing, we support projects of 5G in countries. We are working with Argentina, Costa Rica, and Panama to solve the bottlenecks that all the countries in the region are going to be moving forward towards this transition of 5G. And we are helping with the regulation things, band allocation, and also we need to determine use cases that are going to determine this new ecosystem. So we are supporting these countries in these roadmaps in order to allow them to develop different steps and critical uses so as to develop a roadmap together, working with the industry as well as with prospective beneficiaries of this kind of technology, and of course to think about financing for implementing these projects. And finally, I wanted to tell you that we are working as regards infrastructure in everything that has to do with infrastructure and the digital transformation in the governments, and we are working with the IDB here as well. We have supported different governments as regards digital transformation. We do technical assistance, and we are supporting an action plan for 16 regional governments with the new laws and regulations that have to do with centralization of the government in Chile, and we started assessing their digital situation specifically for back office management and also to offer public services. There was a lot of interest on this as regards open data, and this is being done at the time. It's going to be ready in 6 months, but it somehow shows that although Chile could be one of the most advanced countries as digital means, but when we consider the gaps, we can see that we have huge opportunities here. And I would also like to mention that in the region we have been working a lot with Colombia. We have started operations with public policy loans of $500 million and with a lot of topics that have to do with promoting the strategic use of data, AI, and supporting improving regulations as well as companies offering services to governments as well as network platforms as regards fighting corruption. We can see a huge list of initiatives and projects as regards internet and infrastructure that are mainly oriented to make governments, companies in Latin America to benefit from the digital transformation. And let me tell you a typical project. This could be a roadmap. And in CAF, what we do is, for example, let's think that today we have a request from Olga, Adriano, or you, saying that you want to move forward in a technical cooperation to develop a pre-investment in a connectivity network. In CAF, what we do is we do it quite expeditiously. What we do, if we agree, we quickly, in maybe a month and a half, we can start working on that with some consultants, and we start with an action plan, a diagnosis and a demand. We research the demand of the territory that we are going to connect. We do some technical studies as well as economic and legal studies, and then until we start implementing some actions, it may be in 7 months. So you can see and have an idea of the timeline, and depending on the amount of money, of course, if it is above $7 million, it should be approved by the board of directors of CAF. And if it is below that number, we can do it through a fast track and maybe approved it in 3 months, if the context is beneficial for the project, of course. So this is to give you an idea of the timeline and the cycles between starting analyzing the project and implementing it. I wanted to basically tell you about our role, and I'm willing to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you. Thanks, Eduardo. And if you can share this presentation, we would really like to have it and to share it with the audience. Now, I'm going to give the floor to Miguel Porrua so that he is going to talk about what the IDB is doing and tell us more in detail the projects such as this alliance with CAF in 100% Digital Panama, and also the project that you have been working on as regards the blockchain network that Marcos Allende was mentioning yesterday. If you can share a little bit everything that has been done as regards that and the financing issues. Thank you, Miguel. Welcome, and the floor is all yours. Thank you, Jorge. Good morning. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. I know that the moderator and the panelists were great speakers, so that's why I decided not to give you a a PowerPoint presentation. I wanted the audience to see your faces. So I'm going to tell you the story. I think I'm going to do it in 10 minutes. I may extend it a little bit, but if I don't stop in 10 minutes, let me know, Jorge, because if not, the audience is only going to ask when they are going to be able to ask questions, because we don't have much time. So I'm going to tell you a little bit what you asked me in 10 minutes, and if I exceed my time, please let me know. I want to first thank you, Olga and Adrian, for the possibility of participating in this school, which is a very well-known school in the region. This is always great to talk about digital situations in the agenda, and I want to thank you for the possibility of the IDB being present today. I want to tell you what we do at the IDB, and I'm going to mention some of the projects that you mentioned, Jorge. I'm not going to talk about blockchain after Marcos Allende, who is one of the main scientists in this topic, but I can tell you a little bit of what we are doing with Lactane colleagues. I'm sure it was a pleasure to listen to Marcos talk about blockchain yesterday. Probably you all know that the IDB is a well-known institution in the region. It was created in 1959. It has more than 60 years, and it offers financing for development to the 26 member countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. We have 48 European and world members. We offer loans annually. I'm going to share 3 websites where you can find more information than the one I'm giving you today. But I want to give you some estimates to give you an idea of the IDB role in the region in general, and specifically as regards digital issues. If you visit one of the websites that I'm going to show you later and you see the annual report, there's a lot of information, and you are going to be able to see that the bank contributed to the region in 2021 with $23 million in financing, out of which 14 were sovereign loans to governments in the different sectors. 6 million were in the private sector, and 3 million are to other kind of finances. So it's a total number of 23. So it's important to mention that the IDB has an area for the public sector, but there are also BidInvest and BidLab, which are for the private sector. BidInvest is like, IDB Invest is like a private, works as a private bank, and then we also have financing for new businesses in the region. The bank has a strategy. It was a pleasure to hear about the Internet Society because we have a similar mission. We want to improve lives in Latin America and the Caribbean, and that's why the institutional strategy is defined on 3 pillars. We connect everything that has to do with digital with this mission. What we care about digital is the possibility of improving healthcare or business activity or access to education. So the 3 main areas in our institutional strategy are social inclusion and equality, productivity and innovation, and regional economic integration. These are 3 main topics in the region. And then we have 3 topics that are connected to all the topics in the region. One has to do with gender equality and integration and diversity. Another one is climatic change and the environment. And the third one is adopting digital technologies. So mentioning the digital topic, I wanted to say that we have an area within the bank, a department that is called CMS, is Connectivity and Financial Markets, which has to do with connectivity and broadband projects such as the ones that Eduardo was showing you, and the one like in Peru where we cooperated with CAF. We have a group of people devoted to that, and they have an observatory also to see how the broadband is evolving in the region, that is led by Antonio Garcia Zavallo, if you want to contact him. And then we have another department that is called Innovation to Help Citizens, that works in different modernization projects for the public sector, how the public sector can use those digital technologies to improve services they offer to people. There's a data and digital government cluster there in which we coordinate those projects for using digital technologies to improve the public sector. Here we are following a plan similar to the one Eduardo was showing in CAF. We have investment loans and policy loans, which is reimbursable financing, and we also have a huge technical cooperation portfolio, financing different research studies and consultancy training. And every year we are contributing more than $100 million for in grants for non-reimbursable cooperation. The access mechanism for those in the audience to this kind of financing is always the same. The bank office in the Latin American country in which you are. The bank has offices in the 26 countries, and we have offices and we have people in all those offices in those countries. So as regards digital things, in most offices in the country, you are going to find a representative. The access processes and the timelines, as Jorge was saying, if it is about technical cooperation, the access to the support may take 2 months. If it has to do with loans, it is similar to what Eduardo was saying. If it's depending on the complexity of the project, it may be maybe 4 months, or if it's a little bit more complex, it may take 7 or 8 months in order to be approved. That is in the case of loans. To give you an idea of the financing for digital things, those 14 million that I was mentioning as regards sovereign loans, most has to do with digital content and components. If we think about the CAF numbers and the ones that I am mentioning, it's a lot of money that is being invested in the digital agenda. But nevertheless, I believe it's not enough money. Research that we have been doing indicates that in order to close the connectivity gap that Latin America has, according to the OECD, we need $80 billion investment. So we're talking about hospitals, not talking about hospitals or all schools using technology. We need a lot more resources for that. But there's a positive message that governments are investing in the digital agenda. There are different mechanisms, such as the ones from CAF and ITB, but it's not enough. So I believe that those of us in this fields, even in the audience or members of the government, students, different organizations, foundations, we all need to contribute so that to continue working because we are still behind in this fourth industrial revolution, and we need to double our efforts as regards connectivity, as it was shown in some of the maps that Eduardo was showing us. But also, we have some gaps to close as regards regulations. Only 18 countries with data protection acts, it's not enough. And out of those 18, only 8 or 9 have a personal data protection agency. So only to mention one topic, if I start talking about cybersecurity, in which we also have some different projects for technical assistance and loans, if I start talking about cybersecurity, we are going to feel so depressed. There are only 7 out of 32 countries that have a plan to protect critical infrastructures. Only 7 out of 32. So we are living in a region with a lot of the finance ministries that have been hacked. So I want to give you a balanced message. The agenda is being pursued. There are financing mechanisms, as it was shown in this panel, but we need to double our efforts, our individual efforts from our roles as policymakers or whatever our role is. I'm sorry, I exceeded my 10 minutes by 2. So I'm now going to give the floor to the moderator, and I'm going to be paying attention to the rest of the panel, and I'm going to give you the 3 websites that I mentioned so that you can see this in more detail. Thank you, Miguel. I think that you are mentioning difficult topics that we need to work on and we need to improve in order to have full digitalization, and we should pay attention to some global countries, that we need to pay attention to some countries in which the paradigm on digitalization was broken, and they do have operability between the private and public sector, and we are far behind in Latin America. I believe that there's effectively much to be done from the government in order to develop these policies and to execute those public policies. But I also believe that financing from international organizations is a key element, and these kind of conferences contribute a lot so as to start closing those gaps. In that sense, I would like to answer some of the questions from the audience now. I wish we could also answer some of the questions from the online audience, as well as the ones that are there in the room. So, Olga, please, if you can help us with the Q&A. I'm going to look for a mic. I wanted to ask Eduardo, which do you think is going to be the timing of this cable that is going to connect Latin America with Asia? And now I'm going to offer the microphone for the question of Amelis Espinosa from Colombia. I have a question that may be kind of philosophical, but I believe that it's clear that there's a huge gap as regards technology in Colombia or Latin America as a whole with the rest of the world, compared to the rest of the world. But for example, there's a lot of investment in technology in some places, but it's not being taken advantage of. So there's sometimes we require a lot of infrastructure investment, but sometimes in Colombia, for example, there are institutions that I'm not going to mention that have technological platforms that if you go to do something in person, it may take a month. But if you do it online, it may take 6 months. So the government itself is making processes online more difficult. So we are kind of losing the dynamics to give incentive to the use of technology. I don't know if it's kind of a philosophical question, but that's what I wanted to tell you.
And I have a question for Sarah. Can you hear me, Sarah? Quiero preguntar a Sara cuáles de las líneas de financiamiento son a través de capítulo y cuáles no, para aclarar.
I wanted to ask which of the financing lines are through the chapters in the countries and which are not. Now I'm going to give the floor to the panel to answer the questions. Great, Olga. As regards the cable, now it is in a request for interest phase. We expect to take 3 to 4 more months, and from there we estimate that the project would be officially in operation by 2025. If everything works in this complex scenario, as regards technological inputs and the ships that may deploy this kind of infrastructure, which are quite limited. Taking all that into account, we believe that 2025 is the timeline that we are going to be facing. As regards the next question, I believe that there's something critical, and that is that infrastructure is an enabler, but is not going to solve all the other critical issues so that digital transformation becomes a reality. This has to do with allocation. Allocation as the capacity of using digital technologies that will require some basic elements of digital connectivity, but also beyond infrastructure, we need to think about the offer of services, as you were mentioning. For example, from the government or from corporations and from other individuals. And that is a huge challenge that we face, not only as regards infrastructure, but what we are also seeing in countries is that they start with some solutions, intensive solutions, and it is vital to have an action plan and a roadmap, and to give incentives as regards the digital transformation, so that we have the adequate framework to support this and to empower people to do this. So, infrastructure is important, as well as services in the public sector. And also, demand is important. When we talk about individuals that have more power, so that internet is only something that is used for entertainment, but also for production.
Jorge, would you like me to answer Olga's question regarding the chapter programs?
Yeah, please go ahead, Sarah.
Okay, thank you. And
Thank
I
you.
have figured out the audio glitch, so you will not hear me many times. Just hear me once. So Olga, that's always a great question. So as we mentioned up front, it's definitely important for us to have the chapters apply to Beyond the Net. And it's why, as I mentioned in my presentation, which may have been difficult to hear, that we have responded to the chapter's needs, make sure that they are getting what they need. We have increased the amount of money that's available, increased the amount of time that's available, and also given them a lot more flexibility in the types of projects that they're doing. However, chapters are eligible for all of our program areas. That includes both. That includes rare, that includes research, that includes skills. If they have a program and they can either work with another organization or get their 501c3 or equivalent, they can in fact apply for grants for all of our programs. And in fact, right now, we are funding programs outside of Beyond the Net for Uganda, Kyrgyzstan, and also Zimbabwe. And we are talking a lot of money. And in one case, Uganda is fiscally sponsoring another organization, and in another case, we have a $200,000 program for a chapter. So I must say, I encourage every Internet Society chapter to look at our other programs and see how you can use your wonderful expertise in this area and do more. Do Beyond the Net, please, but do more as well.
Thank you, Sara. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Sara.
Okay, we'll hear from Miguel. And you said that even though we have financing, we're far from the OECD. And I would like to dwell on this idea because I'm very optimistic. How do you see Latin America's position in order to bridge that gap and to attain some level of hope or better infrastructure that will lead us to development? The way I see it is that I have my hopes up, just like you. My hopes and expectations are that by bridging the gap in the digital arena or digital divide in Latin America is closely related, such as in health or in education improvement, which will require further training and further skills. I think that we're making the necessary steps, but we still need to do much more. And it's no secret that in countries across the region, if you go to the office responsible for the digital agenda, you have only 8 or 10 officials. If you go to the cybersecurity teams in that office, you have one person and a half, and that's the job of 2 people. So we need to close that divide. I'm very optimistic because decision makers or policy makers that deal with resource allocation are totally aware of the digital agenda that is so required by the private and public sector to make this country prosperous and successful by investing more resources. And I believe that regulation processes create consensus that revolve around regulations or laws that would favor to develop the digital world. Before it was not the case. So these are the positive aspects. And the other thing is that we need to grow, or that we have the possibility of growing, like Estonia, Korea, Spain, among others. Next month, we have the Digital Government Summit in Lima, together with the OAS and the government of Peru, and we're going to gather many parties, national governments sharing good practices, making progress in adopting these technologies. So don't be pessimistic. We should be aware and raise awareness, and we usually don't take things for granted. So I'm very optimistic about this growth. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the panel. Thanks, Jara, Jorge, Eduardo, and Ray. Thanks a lot for your time. We have had some problems with sound and feedback, but it happens. Hopefully, you're going to continue contributing with the Internet Society Foundation CAF, the school, Raif, and CAF. And let me tell the students that we're going to break for lunch, and we'll look forward to seeing you in the future. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Goodbye.
Vamos a tener que hacer un lunch quick, pero no importa, ya nos acomodaremos. Gracias a todos, muy interesante. Hola gente, hola, nos sentamos por favor, así empezamos con el nuevo panel. Bueno.
We're going to be speaking on social media. We're going to be speaking on social media and its impact. We have quite a few interesting things. We have WhatsApp with us. Some specialists from our Alex Ryan from Digital Future Society, Nicolas, who's from Germany, Hamburg University of Technology, and Jorge Navarro is going to be moderating the panel. Later on, we're going to have the digital identity panel. I'm going to do it in English, and then finally we are going to have AI, artificial intelligence. Andres has shared a drive, a Google Drive, that contains all the photos so you can post it in social media so we can disseminate the information on the South School of Internet Governance. When we have to use simultaneous interpretation equipment, we will require to switch the lights off because it's infrared. And some of the lights, especially fluorescent lights, may interfere with the communication. So many of the lights break the infrared ray, so that will interfere. So we cannot see the infrared lights, but that's how the interpreters are transmitting the communication and relaying into English or into Spanish. That's why, or that's the reason why we're turning off the lights. Is the panel ready? Panelists, are you guys ready? The spotlight is kind of blinding. Paloma, how are you? Nico? What time is it in Germany? It's kind of late, right? 7:20. Jorge, hope to get to see you again. Alex, are you in Spain? It's like 7:30, right? 7:20. Just like Germany, same time zone. Okay, let me welcome you all. Let me introduce the audience. Paloma works in WhatsApp Latin America. She's the public policy manager for WhatsApp Argentina. Alex Rachon works for the Digital Future Society from Spain, and Nicolas Diaz Ferreira, he works in the Institute of Software Security of Hamburg at the University of Technology, TUHH. And he's based in Germany, but he's from Rosario, he's Argentinian. There are some people from, or students from Santa Fe, as a matter of fact. And we have all the students in person and online, since this is a hybrid event with a new modality. Jorge, over to you. Great to see you once again. My pleasure. Thank you very much. I would like to acknowledge Adrian, the two of you, and I would like to thank the panelists for being here. We're going to be speaking on social media and how impactful they are on communities. It's a privilege to have these panels. We had the chance to share some other congresses and events with Paloma, with Nicole, and Alex. To tell you the truth, addressing or kicking off with this panel opens up many, many doors. Jorge is based in Mexico, I'm sorry. Mexico, Argentina, Spain, and Germany. And the in-person, the students that are attending in person and those that are attending online. Great to see you. Long live Mexico. It's great to see how changes were produced over the years, and many of them could not be anticipated, unconceivable. As Ben Serve said, this is across the board that are part of the realities of our lives. As Marcos was discussing yesterday in connection with the blockchain, the largest blockchain network across the world that is operational, is underway now. And it's great to see the universe of e-government that disruptively has come on board, especially with Estonia, together with its digital channels, seeking constantly the demise of paperwork government, especially becoming smarter so this could produce or result into a smoother operation for citizens that have access to paperwork in the public and in the private sector. So, including social media in the government and in the day-to-day operations has been very impactful. Together with the challenges that we're faced with, precisely we witness that of fragmentation, not only in regulations, such as the European regulations of digital markets and digital channels that have set new standards. And that is why it is important and relevant to hold this panel addressing some of the topics where we are going to be witnessing some of the topics or trends addressed by the stakeholders and analyzing the impact on social media. And I'll give the floor to Paloma first, ladies first. We will hear from you, and I know that you have a PowerPoint presentation that you would like to share, so you can kick off this panel. And if that is the case, it is my pleasure to welcome you. Over to you, Paloma. Floor is all yours. Great. It's a great pleasure to share this panel with these colleagues. I would like to acknowledge Olga, Adrian, for having extended the invitation to participate in this panel. I don't have a PowerPoint, however, I can give you an overview of this topic, that is social networks and its impact in the on the community. Bringing two perspectives to light, especially WhatsApp with a regional perspective. First and foremost, conceiving social networks, social media, and the community. Let me disclaim a few things. WhatsApp is not a social network, but an instant messaging platform an end-to-end platform that is totally encrypted with millions of users, billions of users in more than 180 countries. So it's not a minor thing. It's a free service, simple, and reliably we have so many users having access to this platform, especially having the protection of end-to-end encryption or encrypted data. What does this mean, having an end-to-end encryption? Well, basically it means that no other third party or stakeholder may have access to the personal communication. If I'm texting Jorge or I'm getting an audio or a video link, that is protected by cryptology, and I will not have the key to that log. The same goes for any other sort of conversation. The only people that are going to have access to that log, encrypted log, that is going to be protected by my cryptography log, are people that are members of that WhatsApp group. And an add-on is not designed to grow with audiences. I mean, the only way to contact people in WhatsApp is if we have their phone number. That is, we cannot type Palomra Serman and find my contact as we do it with other social media. So this is characteristic or typical of WhatsApp, and it makes WhatsApp an instant messaging platform. And we don't have a content algorithm suggestion. We have, and there's no moderation either. The content circulated in WhatsApp is what we share among users. There's no other contact in our platform, and by the end-to-end encryption. Not even WhatsApp can, nobody in WhatsApp can have access to that content. So it's unlike other platforms that suggest other content where they prioritize content or they moderate it. Having clarified this, I would like to introduce two ways in how WhatsApp impacts on the community. This is related to the overview that I described at the very beginning. How can we keep WhatsApp, or how can we prevent the misinformation in WhatsApp if we don't have that algorithm or open algorithm? And basically, we encrypt that content and fight content that come from malicious players, especially if we cannot see that content. To tell the truth, when we invest a lot of money in keeping WhatsApp a safe place, safe environment to fight misinformation. First, on the platform design, where we mitigate those risks or the viral content, because what we forward in WhatsApp, especially when it's not does not come from the original source, it has a special label that cannot be forwarded to many people, and it cannot be forwarded to a large number of users, but to a maximum of 5 conversations. Out of the 5, one could be to a group. So globally, we restrict 25% the number of messages being sent, and those that reflected like or replicated more than 5 times can send it one time to one person. So imagine basically mitigate those forwards to 50%. So we have 1 billion messages less circulated messages that could be harmful or viral content in this platform. WhatsApp is also fighting abuse, like paying attention to the behavior. If we don't have a look at the content, what is it that we do? Well, we use AI to identify behavior that corresponds to spam at higher rates than a human eye will detect. If you are creating accounts, if the reciprocity levels is low, and especially if that account has a lot of reports or spam reports. So this is the contribution to the community. And there's a second contribution or thought. What we have noticed during the COVID-19 pandemic is that we are aware of the responsibility that we have as a company, as an end-to-end encryption platform, because we are present in 1800 with more than 2 billion users. So we've been working on the availability of tools for users to double check information and content over the internet that they may receive in WhatsApp during elections. We work with politicians that were exposed. If you're from Peru, you know that the two elect presidents or the two running presidents had these kind of tools. The same goes for Argentina. The same goes for Brazil during the elections held in Brazil. But we wanted to make one more step forward, since WhatsApp, together with other social impactful tools, like during the pandemic in Chile, we made a partnership with, we wanted to talk with Chile, that's the name of it, for the citizens of Chile to be motivated responsibly when drafting new sections of the Constitution. This was country bought, and through WhatsApp, there was a tool that allowed citizens to participate and give their opinion on the Constitution. We prevent violence, gender-based violence, like check Argentina, Garcia in Colombia, the French agency at the regional level, just to mention a few. And lastly, the last impact on the community that I want you to take is that we made large efforts to maintain the integrity of the WhatsApp platform, to fight misinformation, to keep it safe. We know that there's always going to be the bad guys. However, our attention that we pay to the platform is with discipline and careful, and having this ecosystem outlook. Not only can we fight the bad things in the platform, but innovate on new things and finding new ways of seeking information and offering governmental services. Thank you very much, and I'll give the floor to my other colleagues in the panel. Paloma, thank you very much. An interesting perspective. This approach of WhatsApp as a private end-to-end encryption instant messaging platform is very, very effective in the way you see responsibility tied to that encryption platform. Right now, I'll give the floor to Alex so he can share his presentation and share your thoughts from the perspective of the European Union and especially of your organization. We are all ears. Thank you, Jorge. It's a pleasure to join you. And good afternoon to all the attendees in South America. Thank you for the invitation. I will make some housekeeping details before I give my presentation. First, I have principles in the way I see the internet, and that's why I would like to give an introduction. And I will approach it from the perspective of Spain for communication platforms, and we have many cases published over the internet. And many of the things that are important here is that the internet, especially when I address the issue of social networks, should not be focused on trunking nodes or central nodes. And this is important so we could have general ideas that always enrich these discussions. Now, underlying to these concepts, Estonia is a small country and is a very homogeneous country. Spain, is larger and more heterogeneous. And it's true that Estonia built digital services over a decentralized structure. And to take it to a large scale is more complex. And the same goes for the internet. You have central nodes that govern communications on top of social networks, and we shouldn't lose sight on the role played by governments that they use a twisted pair to communicate information. If you have power on that twisted pair of cables, you will always be able to make decisions, discretionary, political, or arbitrary decisions. If we see that the largest communication network should be in the hands of a few central powers or cables, there are islands or countries where you have only three cables, so if you cut them loose, there's no more communication. That's why I keep questioning this. And once the data enters a country, there should be tier or topology internet layers over the physical layers that should make decisions on the way we communicate. For me, digital communications are public assets. As such, we have been advocating those for years. We're not the only ones, not even Spain or the European Unions are the ones that are defending this as a public asset. In that regard, let me introduce another element here. We usually confuse the internet between moderation and censorship, and sometimes we make mistakes, especially in Twitter, to express freely our views. I don't know of any platforms where there's digital communication and in turn where moderation is not required. It is impossible because we are human beings and we tend to argue. There tends to be chaos, so moderation is required, but sometimes misunderstanding, governing or ruling with censorship. That is not the same thing. And that is why what I believe in, as it was well explained by Paloma, where there are communication rules that moderate or they introduce certain policymaking, I believe that this is required, but I don't know if it has to be in a central or trunking node, or probably we should have another tier, not private companies, but not profit for or companies that are for profit that should be the moderators. For me, this communication should be of public interest and not necessarily governed by the central nodes by a private company. And as the first generation that we are leveraging this private communications, digital communications, if we're not demanding enough, I don't know how are they going to operate. I mean, the most disruptive technology has been the internet, and the first generation that used it moderated. If we trace back to history, I'm sure you're going to find examples. Probably electricity was the last technology that produced so many relevant technologies that led to the internet, and right now we're in the second or the third generation where we came to understand the benefits of electricity. So we're very demanding on the way that the internet has to be like, and we have to explain that because disruptive technologies are like that, like nuclear power. Other technology that could not be understood as such and its impact until the third generation. It took us a while to understand how nuclear power was. And I would like to conclude my remarks by addressing social networks that right now, lately, they have become into entertainment media. Social network, and I teach this at the university, is a space or a forum where people relate, discuss. When Facebook traces back was created in 2005, you had a paper and you had the creation of communities, Facebook profiles for individuals. However, the algorithm that involves and intermeddles with this content, especially those people that are or social networks that place priority upon advertising. They place priority basically on entertainment and media, but not on the public good. And they do this because of business reasons. So when it comes to social networks, I would believe this is related to TikTok. So we are taking society as a TikTok user. You have stories and you have reels in order to show stories. So I don't know if it's a social network. These are entertainment media, and they basically entertain people, but they are not discussion forums to relate to one another. So probably we should wonder that given the space, basically we should know what we are as human beings, how we should behave, because we are in the hands of a few that want to maximize profits and eventually entertaining people. That basically this is not consistent with freedom of expression of individuals. And at the end of the day, as a Charlie Mandel's book says, most of the large investments made across the world, they follow incentives. So we need to understand that this serves to what government or what company lies behind, because these discussions, when they become general, they are very complex because there are legitimate interests in the hands of private companies. That's why I wanted to understand the nature of communication media, so we understand the political and the wishes of governments, especially to understand what goes through these channels of communication. So I'll give the floor to the other panelists so we can have a roundtable discussion later. Paloma wants to leave because we're running behind the time right now. So I will ask a question to her. Some kind of thorny question. What's up? Telegram. What's the other one? Signal. I have the three of them. Which one is better? Why do I have to leave WhatsApp? I like WhatsApp. I like all of them, the three of them. But why people are telling me not to use WhatsApp? And right now, they send me to a Signal for a WhatsApp for a group discussion. What should I fear? Should I stay? Should I keep WhatsApp? Interestingly enough, I can tell you two things. I cannot discuss other instant messaging applications. I can only work on behalf of WhatsApp. You mentioned the three options, and we can include probably another one that we're missing. It's a highly competitive market with many choices for consumers, and that is in line with their needs to satisfy their privacy expectations, features, functionalities that they may want to use. So first and foremost, if you have choices, it's because it's a highly competitive market and it's good. As users, this benefits users and for the market because this healthy competition drives applications to be better. That's the first thought. Second, what I can tell you is that out of these choices, you may choose over asserted information because there are many biases on what is safer, what is less safe, what is more private, or what has no privacy. What I can argue is that WhatsApp works based on two principles that are fundamental and that basically excel over others. The first one is that we have an end-to-end encryption. Not all applications have that encryption, and it's very important that users know this. What does end-to-end encryption means? Especially when the data is in transit. Under a few exceptions, specific exception, WhatsApp does not store their conversations on our servers. That content is saved exclusively in the user's devices, and if they choose so, in their backup security copies, whether it is iCloud or Google accounts, but not in our servers. And we cannot even see their content. Not all applications, or instant message applications, have encryption configured by default, or instant messaging applications offer end-to-end encryption in a wide range of conversations that they produce. And even if they offer encryption, it's not in-transit encryption, is not saved in its servers. And we use the Signal encryption protocol. That is just the same protocol that Signal uses. However, we invest a lot of money to advocate this encryption. That what differs WhatsApp from other applications is that some of the data are necessary to keep the platform's integrity and safety. Regulatory speaking, across the world, there's a fight against the encryption like the UK, New Zealand, Brazil, Australia, that based on different topics, because child abuse, pornography, terrorist attacks. So they want to weaken our encryption so they can have access to the conversation. WhatsApp goes against that. And in order to keep WhatsApp as a safe place, as an any instant messaging application, certain data is necessary. We don't pay attention to the conversation. We talk about basically the profile pictures, the phone number, or title, so that or status, so that is used to fight the bad guys. Yes, and if they gather information, let's have to see if they can keep and save that and store that information safely in order to fight the bad guys. There's a lot of competition in the market. There are many options, choices, and you need to be well informed when it comes to choosing. And this is what we present, so for users to choose the best app. I have the three of them, and they drive me crazy because people are texting on the three of them. Thank you very much. I'm on top of email. Thank you very much for participating, and thank you very much for participating in the school, just like in any or every edition that you've been present. Sorry, Jorge. I had to ask Paloma the question on the three platforms. Thank you very much, Paloma. Let's continue with the next presentation. It's going to be addressed by Nico. This philosophical journey that was raised by Alex, especially of this nature of having the media warning us on the phenomenon that social media have become an entertainment media, like that we are becoming like TikTok in society. So with this impact, we've seen the realm of dopamine in emotional stimulus created by social media because of readiness and because of the lack of reflection or meditation and reflection on the impact that content that we share in these platforms may have because of its promptings or readiness. And Nicolas has made excellent work. As a matter of fact, he shared not only his presentation but an interesting paper that he's going to delve into detail during his presentation. Nico, it's a great pleasure to see you here. We're glad to have you here and to learn from you. Thank you very much, Jorge, Olga, and for giving me the chance in the South School of Internet Governance that my group and I have been doing research on social media, privacy, etc. I was the one that had the presentation of Paloma. Can I share my PowerPoint? Or can you screen it from there? Go ahead. Screen share. I think that we have it in the cloud. Can you see it? Yes. One of the issues that we have to discuss, or that we discussed before the panel, was how much hatred was discussed during the COVID-19 pandemic and how haters have become a problem, especially in the way we interact in social media and how we experience them at times of the pandemic or having critical problems. I would like to elaborate on these ideas to discuss this further. When we talk about the hatred discussion, are excluding expressions that incite to violence, they undermine social cohesion, and they cause psychological damage, emotional and physical damage to those affected ones. One of the main elements of the hatred discourse or speech is discrimination added to the stereotype and biases and prejudices. And there are other excluding expressions that are not necessarily hatred speeches. For example, if I tell that Nicolas, or if I say that Nicolas is ugly, it has an excluding element, but it doesn't incite or lead to violence. And this is a distinctive nature in the hatred speech that is violence. There was a white paper produced by the United Nations, and I believe that it was called The Pandemic of Hate Speech or Hatred, especially because they said stop age and hate age, or the vaccine speech that produce a lot of hate speech in social media. As Alex well explained, we still have pressures and friction between moderation, content moderation, and freedom of speech or freedom of expression. And there's no way how to tackle this challenge. There are practical guidelines. However, in platforms, we have a self-regulation model for moderating content. Each platform has its own definition, regulatory framework, and connected with the hate speech. And as Alex well explained, and it was mentioned by Paloma, this hate speech on a day-to-day is moderated and is controlled by AI mechanisms. Personally, I haven't had any AI projects for hate speech, but some colleagues of mine did that, and the state of the art and the AI algorithms to detect or to identify hate speeches are not perfect. The use of sarcasm, irony, sometimes they are detrimental to the performance of the algorithm, and that may result into censorship. As you know, for those of you that know me, I work on privacy, and that's why I would like to relate privacy to hate speech. For this purpose, it is important to talk about the recommendation systems on social media. These are the main components of social media. And the guidelines are based, as Paloma and Alex say, on our personal data and that of our contacts, what is usually referred to as collaborative greenfield. And probably the recommendation is not based on our history of browsing, but the history of browsing, likes, comments, reviews. This is the collaborative filtering. Now, recommendation systems in automated publications or news is that lead us to information bubbles. Information bubbles are virtual spaces that isolate users regarding the external factors that the individual have in mind. To a much lesser extent or greater extent, usually misinformation that could promote hate speech like vaccinations. It's a matter of decision making, of what I do with what is being recommended by the algorithm. Do I share it? Do I like it? Do I review it, comment it? I mean, the role that we play as users in this process is paramount. This yellow logo to the right, there was a campaign raised by the United Nations, and they were trying to promote was to pause before you share material that it needs to be reviewed, considered, and we need to consider that we are part of this problem and we could be part of the solution as well. There are some technologies that could help us out with reflected upon decisions made over social media. For example, nutrition labels. As I said before, in Mexico, I have some colleagues that worked on some kind of nutrition label that tells you the number of calories, for example, or how much hate speech there is on this piece of news for you to have an idea of what we are sharing. And the issue that I wanted to share, especially is what Jorge mentioned at the very beginning, are called preventive nudges. For those of you that are not familiar with nudges or nudging, nudges are impulses or minor changes in the decision-making system, where is the context where you make decisions, the objective of which is to lead to a beneficial behavior. And that's why we've been working with my team to decision-making in terms of privacy on social media. And I wanted to share an article with you that was recently published in the European Symposium of Resistivity, where we use nudging to share information on Instagram. For this purpose, we created an application that basically had the same features, just like Instagram, but it differed because we wanted to share. I mean, we selected post text or we post pictures, but there was an intervention or a pop-up message or window that said, "Are you ready to share?" And we did two versions over an edition that had ready to post, and the other one there was a description of a disclosure of a risk pattern, for example. So right in between it says other users have problems at work when they have published, for example, a picture with nudity. So we assess this application and the interventions or the postings. Basically, what they try to, or what they aim at doing is to promote beneficial behavior in terms of privacy with users and to see how these people will react faced with these interventions. We're running for 7 days, and we gather a lot of metrics and information related to the effectiveness of these messages. We had a total of 137 events. We had 22 participants or respondents. And respondents that use this pattern of risk, they share less information than those respondents that didn't get it. Obviously, we're speaking of a small group, a small cohort. There were no statistics or significant statistics. However, they were revealing and encouraging, especially to apply to a larger cohort later on. However, one of the objectives or one of the reasons why we did this design, it was because when we are faced with interactions on social media, at first they are subject to an impulsive sort of behavior. So to promote a reflection exactly in the process when it comes to sharing information, is very difficult, especially if you consider that the risk factor, especially when you make a decision when there is not. Everything is great in social media, you're urged to share, but you don't know what is going to happen, how impactful you're going to be, not even horizontally, where you run the risks of reputation, bullying, grooming, or vertically. That is what companies may do with our data. So this is what motivates us to promote a more reflective process when it came to decision making. This same process is transferred or relates to the information, hate speech, or misinformation. This is what I wanted to share very briefly, so I can take questions from the audience. audience. Thank you very much. Almost self-explanatory, very good reflections. Everything that you have shared was great. To Olga, probably we can continue with the Q&A. Can you pass a roving mic? So if there are questions in the audience, whether it is in person or for those attendees that are online, I'm sure you can ask them so the panelists can take those questions. While we wait for the roving mic, we have students online and in person. But while we wait for the microphones, let me see some of the highlights. Alex said something about social networks that they became entertainment media. Aren't they informative? Don't they provide information instead of providing merely entertainment? And Nicholas said something about assessing risk. The test that you did was great. And that pop-up window was great before sharing. I don't know if information would be shared in the same way if we had that pop-up window. I have a student here. Probably you can identify yourself and tell them where you're from. My name is Carolina Camacho from Colombia. A question for Nicholas. It's great to see the results on your survey and on your research. I wanted to ask you to what extent this reflection has created an undesired effect like self-censorship, and probably is a new approach that gives responsibility to the individual and prevents discussions that we can give on public spaces, respect to privacy, even online. Is even though when I expose myself, because what you're doing is by the images that you show, is a decision-making process that an image can speak many words because probably the employer is reading his Instagram. Are we changing their behavior, personality, and assessing on what they can do with the information that you share online? First and foremost, thank you for the question. It's a valid question. To answer this is, let me tell you that privacy has many dimensions. It's very complex. It's very complex. I cannot address it in one way. It's very interdisciplinary, very cross-functional. I address this from the point of view of the user. Also, we have the corporate aspect of it, and it's precisely what you're saying. But why does a platform is presented itself as friendly, risk-free? Why aren't any signals that can convey some reflection when it comes to make the decision of posting? From the point of view of consumer, let me explain this easy. You buy chips and you see the nutritional label and you decide whether you like to buy the chips or not, or if you want to eat them. When you go to social media, there are no labels. If you read the policies, there are no guidelines that explain the risk component, not even horizontally or vertically. We analyzed the risk patterns, and we want to do it with other experiments that we have planned, and we use only risks that are self-disclosure risks. That is a mechanism by which you or the user discloses solely his or her data. So we use patterns for undesirable incidents that may result by which we disclose that data, because platforms disclose private data and that turn it into public information. So we should make savvier decisions, well-informed decisions. However, if we're lucky enough, we're going to be successful. And the only time where we reflect on this is when something bad happens, something detrimental, or somebody or the boss that had a look at the picture and there they reflect on the processes that are not that impulsive or not based on impulses. There are many questions. Can we turn on the light? Prendelas, no hay problema. No, no, prendelas. Yeah, we can turn them on. Yes, I have a quick question. I'm online. I'm Federico from Argentina. In line with what Nicholas was saying, because probably you have experimental research that is being done, probably you have proven empirically the paradox of privacy. The idea that users are respectful of their privacy, but when it comes to benefits or when it comes to posting, what is it that they do? I try to summarize that question. Excellent question. The privacy paradox, together with the calculus paradox, are the two theories that are the most successful or popular theories. Privacy paradox argues that when people are asked if they're concerned with privacy, they're going to tell you, yes, I am very concerned about my privacy. Well, when we see their behavior over the social media, they have public profiles, a lot of sensitive information, and there's a lot of research that produced empirical evidence that this actually happens. Now, the problem is that research has revealed in privacy that instruments that are used to validate the hypothesis or to respond to research are self reports. So it's a survey that you're asking, are you taking care of privacy? And I said yes. But is not consistent with their actual behavior. The privacy calculus adds one more component, and that is why we conducted this research. It adds the risk component. What the privacy calculus argues is that when we make a decision when it comes to our privacy, we are going to calculate the cost and the benefits of disclosing that information to a certain target audience. And when the benefits outweigh the cost, we're going to disclose that information. The problem lies when there are no risks that weigh between costs and benefits. One is one outweigh more than the other. So when it comes to decision making in social media, it's very difficult to estimate rationally what cost is gonna outweigh the benefit, and people end up disclosing more information than what they originally intended. Hello, hello, Larissa Martinez from the Dominican Republic. Thank you for being here. In some of the discussions held in conferences, we usually wonder questions of this kind. And even though you widely discuss encryption, end-to-end encryption algorithms, we are concerned that phishing, for example, you don't have a panic attack or panic button for phishing or for acquaintances that may activate that alarm, so it goes off and prevent an attack based on phishing or identity theft. So how do you see this? How did you approach it? So in a single platform, we could have these features. This should be taken by Paloma. As she's gone, I cannot give you an answer, and I cannot give you my opinion either. Another question here. Hello, hello. Yes. Nicholas, hi, my name is Luz. I'm from Argentina. I like the concept of the information bubble. And I have a reflection on a question. Since we are on social media, we are inside the bubble, and that is implicit. Especially from the information point of view, the way you like or the way you watch news, the same social media is adding additional information related to the news, and that depends on the recommendations of networks. Shall we cancel or suppress those algorithms to open up and to prevent the appearance or the emergence of these bubbles? Because I believe that they're not good at all. What is it that? Yeah, I totally agree with you. One of the things that I question in platforms is recommended news. Since we don't have another outlook that is antagonistic to what we have embedded in our minds, it's very difficult to leave the bubble information. There are many papers on the spiral of silence. So when you give your opinion, whether it is off or online, what we measure is the climate of opinion, the number of people that are in line with my opinion and how many are not. The more people we have in line with my opinion, they said, okay, this is the case. But if there are lots of people that are against my opinion, I am going to remain silent. So probably the conversation will follow suit in that direction. So it's great what you see or what you're saying. And to find ways of recommendations that are not introducing these bubbles of information. There are antagonistic news, biases, and there are many recommendations or guidelines, but this is not easy. My name is Carlos Chal from Argentina, and I had a couple of questions that are not going to be easy to take. However, probably they are going to remain open or unanswered. We are speaking a lot about hate speech here. Is that a database or a common ground to establish if this constitutes a hate speech or not? Internationally, what are the standards? What actions can we take regarding that? And secondly, the self-restriction, the self-censorship, it seems to me that is a restriction or limitation to freedom of speech. How did you approach this sensitive issue? Thank you very much. Let me take the second question first. This was related to the first woman that asked if the interventions that we made could lead to self-censorship. And I believe your question is related to that topic. Nudging. Are paternalistic or soft paternalism nudges or smooth paternalism in nature? The user eventually is the one that makes the decision whether he likes to post or disclose his information or not. The important thing is to face or to be faced with a reality that he is running risks. The framing situation of a certain pattern of risk has an impact. It's not the same doing it one way, authoritarian, or reaching consensus. I mean, there are many shades or considerations that we have to take into account, but it's not going to lead to self-censorship, especially if we consider the case that is a paternalistic mechanism. Now, to take the first question, that is a hate speech in Argentina. What can we do about it? Okay, this is wondered by governments, nations, and they don't know what to do, whether to regulate. Personally speaking, to tell you the truth, we should underscore to promote education or training on top of social media, how to use these platforms in a healthier way. because sometimes there's misunderstanding, there's a lot of noise in these platforms, rumbles. I have Twitter, for example. I'm a user, but I'm not a heavy user. I'm basically use it for academic purposes, and I am kind of isolated or distant from social networks or social media. But when I see the noise that is created, many times it doesn't lead to any positive gains, and we need to be aware of how to make this platform a better place for everybody. Can you summarize with two elements what is required to improve the content of information that is shared on social media, and what does it depend on? Improvements of information over social media, and what does it depend on? I think that to a greater or lesser extent, it depends on the platform. We're not critical of users. It's not that they are irresponsible and sharing or posting whatever they like. We want platforms to provide the necessary elements so a user could make a better decision, well-informed decision. That's why we're critical of those platforms. That's on the one hand. On the other is that governments have to drive this perspective or these concepts for users to have the necessary tools to better use social media. Thank you very much. Round of applause for the panelists. I think that we lost Alex or Paloma because we're kind of running behind the time, and we have Nico and Alex. Thank you very much. Hopefully it's not that cold in Hamburg. I don't know how cold it is in Mexico, but greetings from Adrian, from Oscar Mesano, and from the attendees, whether they're virtually or in person. Thank you very much, and we'll look forward to seeing you in the future. Thank you. Thank you. We have 10 minutes left. Please remain seated because we're going to resume in 10 minutes, and later on we're going to break for coffee.
Para cortar entre panel y panel, no es para que sea algarabía. Hola, ¿se pueden sentar si son tan amables? Me enteré que hay planes de huir en masa. El que huye en masa no tiene certificado, les aviso. Los voy a contar en la puerta. Me enteré, un pajarito me contó eso. Que se van en masa ahora, así que no. Ah, alguien me contó. Así que no. Niet. Nein. Nicht. Bueno, Mike, are you there? Shh, siéntense. Hello. Hi, dear friend. How are you doing? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I'm having a hard time hearing you, Olga.
Can you hear me or not? Shh. Can you
I
hear
can't
me?
hear you, Olga.
No me escucha. ¿Me pueden ayudar con el sonido? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Better? Maybe very slow, very low. What's the problem? Can you hear me?
So let me ask you. So I think there may be an issue, Olga. I think that the audio feed I have is providing a Spanish translation.
Okay, let me check that. Dice que escucha en español. Are you in YouTube or in the Zoom link that I sent you? You should be in the Zoom link that I sent you, not in YouTube.
I will log out and log back in. Okay.
It's the Zoom link that I sent you. I can send it again. ¿Por qué escucha en español él? Si yo le mandé un Zoom link. ¿Eh? No, es que él no tiene ese link. Él tiene, los panelistas están en un Zoom aparte. Ese era el problema que teníamos con Sara, porque los panelistas no tienen traducción simultánea. Si quieren traducción simultánea, tienen que ir al YouTube, que tiene un poquito de delay. Ustedes, los becarios, están en una sala de Zoom especial para becarios que sí tienen la traducción. Esa es porque después ellos mezclan todas las imágenes, por eso no se puede hacer todo junto. Cosa del canal de televisión que está ahí. Pero, ¿por qué él escucha en español? No entiendo. Allá los técnicos me pueden decir por qué ¿alguien me puede ayudar con eso? ¿Por qué? ¿Pero por qué otra sala de Zoom? Si él no tiene otro link.
¿Y la habrán pasado de disertantes o YouTube? No hay otra forma.
Se habrán metido en YouTube, probablemente. Porque yo
Hello.
le di Hello, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Maybe you opened the YouTube link before. I just sent it to you as a reference. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Very lightly. I'm still hearing the translator, though.
Okay. There is, I think you're in the YouTube channel. Escuchan, you hear the Spanish translation?
Yes, it's the Spanish translator that I'm hearing.
You are in YouTube. Allow me to send you again the Zoom link. It's another link. It's a different link. I send it maybe. ¿Eh?
Okay. So I did click
So,
on the link that you did provide for virtual panelists.
Mike, the technicians tell me that you are in the Zoom room. You have to just turn off the YouTube channel. No, no es lo mismo. Él no tiene que estar ahí. Eso es para los becarios, no. So you are in the Zoom room. You should stay only in the Zoom room, not in YouTube.
Hello,
Ruth.
Ruth.
Oh,
How are you
Ruth.
doing?
Yeah. So you're in the right. Can you hear me now,
So
Mike?
So I think
Can you hear me now?
where you're having technical difficulties because if you can, when we talk, the translator is talking over us. That
Okay. Allow me 2 minutes, and I will send you again the Zoom link. ¿Me ayudan con eso,
Okay.
por favor? No está.
So Olga, please send it to Ruth because I think Ruth logged in. Ruth, do you hear the translator speaking at all?
No, she's in the right Zoom. She's in the right Zoom. You can hear me,
Yes.
right? Can you hear me, Ruth?
Pero sos Olga o no sé si sos la traductora, por eso, porque no veo la imagen. La persona que me dijo, Ruth, ¿me
A ver,
escuchás? ¿Sos
espera,
Olga?
Ruth,
o-
ayúdame, Ruth.
De lo contrario, entonces estoy escuchando a Olga y no a la. y
¿Me
no a
escuchás,
la-
¿me
a la
escuchás a
traductora.
mí? ¿Me escuchás a mí en español?
Ah, ahora, pero te escucho muy de lejos, sí.
Ok.
Muy de lejos.
¿Y tenés algún tema con alguna traducción que se mezcla? Porque a Mike se le mezcla una traducción en español que no sé de dónde viene. ¿Me escuchás?
Sí, yo te escucho perfecto, a la traductora ahora sí.
Ok. Entraste con un link de Zoom, ¿ok?
Yo escucho la traducción, pero a Olga la escucho muy lejos. O sea,
Ok, ¿me
si
pueden ayudar
alguna
con
pregunta
eso?
me hace en español no lo voy a
¿Y
entender.
pero qué
porque
traducción
casi no se
estás
le escucha.
escuchando? No entiendo qué traducción escuchás. Ok, hagamos lo siguiente. Les voy a mandar otra vez el link a los dos. Ok, I will send you both the Zoom link. Again, please, you should disconnect and I will send it again to you. Give me 2 minutes.
Ok.
No sé qué
Ok,
pasa.
Olga.
No sé qué
Gracias.
pasa. Pasa lo mismo que con Sara. No sé qué pasa. you hear me? Hello? Are you in the Zoom room? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear the Spanish? Can
Perfectly.
you hear the Spanish translation? Tell me no. Can you hear the Spanish translation now?
Sí, escucho la traductora, sí.
Why? You also listen the Spanish. Mike, you listen to the Spanish translation? Mike,
I'm listening to Spanish, yes. I'm doing my best, but
no sé qué pasa. No, realmente no sé qué pasa. A ver. ¿Qué? Para él, no. Ah, ¿vos? Oh, okay. Sí, Mark will translate you in the chat. We will have a chat translation for you, Mike. Okay. Can you speak in English and we can hear you, or the Spanish translation really bothers you a lot? Can you hear me?
now I'm having a hard time. Ruth, are you hearing Olga, or is she very soft?
Very soft.
¿Cómo?
Lo que pasa, Olga, que te estamos escuchando como el sonido de la sala, pero no con un micrófono como si estuvieras transmitiéndolo directamente. Es como el sonido de ambiente de sala, entonces te escucha la voz muy, muy baja.
La voz muy baja mía. ¿A mí me escuchan muy bajito también? ¿Me escuchan bajo? Nunca tuvimos tanto problema. Sí, acá, obvio, estoy al lado tuyo.
Ahora sí, ahora escuché.
¿Ahora
Hola,
me
ahora te
escuchás?
escuché mucho mejor.
¿Ahora me escuchás, Ruth?
Ahora perfecto, sí, no sé qué pasó.
Sí. Oh,
Sí. Ahora recién escuché tu voz. Perfecto.
Mike, can you hear me in English?
Yes.
In English, yes? Can you hear
Yes.
the Spanish translation now?
No.
Woo! We made it. Woo, 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 woo. Bien. Okay. Thank you so much. We had some similar difficulties in the previous.
Sí, yo te escucho, escucho la traductora también.
Okay.
Y ahora cuando habla la traductora, Olga, te escucha súper lejos.
¿Qué hago?
Sí, no
bueno,
sé.
Okay, Mike, let's go.
Sí.
Tenemos.
Escucho la traductora y a Olga lejos.
A small introduction in Spanish. Tenemos un panel de dos expertos a los que no puedo dejar hablar porque no podemos combinarnos, pero el tema interesantísimo es Digital Identity. Mike es un experto en Digital Identity, Ruth también, pero lo divertido con los dos, que son muy amigos míos de hace muchos años, y de Adrián también. A Mike lo conozco de las reuniones de ICANN hace muchos años, y a Ruth, ella trabajó en la CNIC en muchos años y después ahora está viviendo en España, ¿no? En Madrid, Ruth.
Sí, estoy viviendo en Madrid.
Y trabaja por una empresa de Digital Identity. Yo no sabía. Mike me comentó y me preguntó si la conocía y le dije, sí, claro, la conozco hace muchos años. Así que bienvenidos los dos. Welcome, Mike. Would you like to start? Can you speak in English? We have translation, of course. You can hear the translation. Can you start? You want to start and show some slides? And then I give the floor to Ruth. Is that what you want?
So yes, if you could please put on the screen the PowerPoint presentation that I sent you.
You send it to me? Oh, fine. I don't know if they have it.
If you want, I could share my screen.
Yeah, please.
Not a problem. Hold on.
Yeah, if you can do that, that would be great.
Share screen. Can everyone see my screen?
Not yet. Yes.
Yes.
There.
Okay. So, welcome. Sorry for the technical difficulties. This would have been a better example for me to have taken a trip down to Argentina and be there in person. But allow me to begin. So one of the things that we'll be talking about here today is digital identity. And one of the challenges for digital identity is coming up with a definition for it. There was recently a survey done among a number of identity practitioners, thought leaders in the space, where they were asked, what is their definition of digital identity? And ironically, almost everyone had a different definition. So this creates a challenge for the industry when there is a lack of certain agreed upon standards and terms. One of the, I think, one of the more interesting points where everyone generally agrees is there was a paper written by the late Kim Cameron, who worked at Microsoft. This paper was called The 7 Laws of Digital Identity, and it was published in 2005. What Kim stated at the time was he defined digital identity as a set of claims made by one digital subject about itself or another digital subject. Now, the definition of a digital subject was defined as a person or thing represented or existing in a digital realm, which is described or dealt with. And a claim was defined as an assertion of truth or something typically one which is disputed or not in doubt. Now, these important key terms have provided a foundation over the last 15 years that the community has used and built upon. Perhaps the most important aspect, though, of the paper that Kim published back in 2005 were these concepts of the 7 laws of identity. You see them on your screen. And what is amazing is that some of them, such as user control and consent and minimal disclosure, these are some things that today in 2020, we view as taken for granted. These are principles that are well established in the GDPR. But what is amazing is Kim, when he wrote this paper back in 2005, had the foresight to see what these key principles or laws of identity would be. So while people may disagree on the definitions, what is key is to focus on these principles to measure all the solutions. Now, one of the things that is important for people that are first entering into the identity space is to make a distinction between digital identifiers and digital identity. Digital identifiers, an individual could have many identifiers associated with that individual or that business. That could be your passport number, your tax ID, your driver's license, voter registration, or even a domain name. When one looks over at digital identity, it's possible for one to have multiple digital identity persona. As a professional, Mike Pallage is an engineer. I'm an attorney. I'm an ICANN community stakeholder, and I'm a standards contributor. Mike Pallage, as a personal individual, is a husband, a father, and a friend. So this is something that is important to understand the distinctions between these different types of digital identity persona. So going back to Kim's original definition of identity, it is a combination of claims. So the one example that I often use is it's like a bundle of twigs, and all of those twigs assembled together represent that digital identity. One of the things that I think is important, and what I would like to try to leave with the community here today, are a number of things that I think are important to be looking out in the horizon going forward over the next 12 months. One of the things that I think is most notable is the ISO standard on mobile digital driver's license. This was finalized late in 2021, and I think will provide an international standard that potentially has the ability to transform digital identity and create global interoperability. This is standards work that has been going on for many years. There is still more ongoing work, but this is something that a number of states in the US, including Florida, where I live, are already moving forward with operational deployment. The next area that I think is very noteworthy is the work that is currently going on in the European Union regarding EIDAS 2.0. As part of the EIDAS 2.0 framework, there is currently a European Union digital identity wallet pilot that will be taking place. Just like the European Union set the global benchmark or gold standard regarding digital identity, I think that the work that the European Union is doing within digital identity and with digital wallets will probably similarly set that global standard. So I think this is something that people want to look at, particularly large multinational companies that will look to build and deploy one solution, not multiple solutions. Another important area is GLIFE. GLIFE is the Global Legal Identity Identifier Foundation. And GLIFE was spun up by the G20 after the 2008 economic meltdown. And what GLIFE does is they provide LEIs, legal identifier information numbers, for legal entities. This is very important. And one of the things that they are going to begin to roll out, they're concluding a pilot now and will be rolling out in 2023, is DLEIs. And this is where individual employees of the corporation will be able to digitally sign and attest to different documentations. Another thing is FIDO2 and passkeys. And finally, there's a lot of important work taking place in open banking, particularly in Canada. And I just want to be mindful to speed up since we started late. The last thing that I want to conclude with here before turning it back to Olga is, while I have discussed many of the basic principles and concepts that someone needs to understand when engaging either a regulator or a technologist or your business team regarding digital identity, I think it is also important at times to try to think outside of the box. I have included a link here on the screen, and this was a keynote that Stephen Wilson gave at this year's Identiverse, and the title of his keynote was Trust in a Post-Identity World. And one of the things that Stephen challenged the attendees, much like I am challenging the attendees at the SSIG, is to think beyond digital identity. Sometimes when you get into definitional arguments over what is a digital identity or a credential or verified this, it's better at times to think of trusted ecosystems and verified data. And I think this concept of trusted ecosystems and verified data is something that you will be hearing from Ruth and some of the work that she is involved in with DIAC. So with this, Olga, I would like to turn it back to you. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
And I will stop sharing.
Can you hear me? In English, in Spanish, in Chinese, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I cannot hear you. You're on mute or something like that.
I can hear you, Olga. Yes.
And it's still, we still have the Spanish channel bothering you or not?
I still have it, but let's just move forward. I will I will deal with the crosstalk. I want to hear Ruth's presentation, and then we can get to the Q&As.
Okay, I go with Ruth now. Ruth, are you there? ¿Estás ahí, Ruth?
Sí.
Ah, gracias, querida. Qué
Sí, sí.
lío esto de las traducciones. ¿Vos qué escuchás ahora, por ejemplo? Chino,
Te
japonés.
escucho súper lejos, pero bueno, intento.
Pero ¿hay un eco de la traducción o mío el eco?
Are you listening to the translation? Can you hear the translation as well? I'm sorry for the technical problems. This only happens when we have some speakers in English. We had people from 5 different countries in the same panel, and nobody was listening to the translation, but for some kind of technical issue, and we are having this problem. Welcome, Ruth. It's a pleasure to see you all, at least online. We haven't seen face-to-face for many years. We have mentioned digital identity in these last few days a couple of times. And Mike was giving us some ideas, and I have a couple of questions for later. There are some standards and some processes. There is no one standard that is more important than another, but now I'm going to give you the floor so that you can tell us a little bit about your experience with your presentation. Well, thank you, Olga. It's a pleasure to be here. And to be part of this panel. Those who are listening to this, all these presentations are very lucky. Many of us in the past didn't have the pleasure of having this kind of panels, so enjoy the great work that Olga and Adriana are doing, and I want to also send my greetings to Oscar Mesano. Since Michael talked about the fundamental aspects of digital identity, I wanted to share with you an overview of the frameworks and rules as regards digital identity. Probably some of you have listened talking about schemes. I haven't heard it in Spanish, so it's always been used in English, the term. Which I talked about identity trust frameworks. It has to do with specifically a framework that is a set of rules that a community or an ecosystem agrees upon with a specific goal. That framework is based on several resources such as policies, regulations, legislation, international standards such as ISO, or different standards from different organizations, as well as domestic regulations at the national or provincial or federal level, depending on the country leading the framework. So these kind of rules are focused on different areas to provide a framework as regards digital identity and the processes to verify and to verify the identity and to authenticate an individual. So this set of rules are divided in different groups. One has to do with technical requirements or security controls, as some called it, for digital identity services. That is like the core of these kind of frameworks. The rules that the communities or regulators or countries have to offer internet service providers. And that is supplemented with other requirements that have to do with the organizational area and are not only focused on the system verifying the identity, but also to the quality or how the organization dealing with that identity system is handling the security of the system that is offering to its customer. And it's also important to also mention the policies or processes to audit and certify that the companies follow or have a conformity with that framework or regulations. And all these frameworks that I'm going to show you examples about do not have specific technology or do not use specific technology. You can see that in the market there are several technologies supporting identity verification. So these kind of frameworks are kind of neutral as regards the best technology to identify digital identity of an individual. So the most important aspect is that any technology can be certified if it complies with the organizational rules and the identity system. And together with audit and certification, it's important to carry out management risk analysis. This is important to manage identity. Let me give you some examples and how those examples have been changing. I've been working in this since 2014, and I have seen a very positive change and evolution. The decisions that are made sometimes do not have such a positive framework such as INS at the international level, in which there are different fora with different voices expressed, which I believe is fantastic at the international level. And this kind of industries still can't hear all the voices represented in order to make decisions for a framework that can be used by all parties involved. I hope that sometime we're able to do it. So historically, the ones that started with the guidelines to verify identity were the European Union in the year 1999 with some guidelines, and this had to do mainly with trust services. It was focused on digital signatures, and they started with those guidelines and noticed that it was not very interesting in the market, or digital signatures were not popular in the market. So they started working on regulations in the year 2014, and it's the EIDAS. It includes digital identities and attributes trust framework. So each member state of the Union, the European Union, can have its own system to verify identity of its citizens, and those kind of methods should be notified to the European Union, and after that when they see that it complies with the EIDAS regulations, it is published. And for example, as a Spanish or Estonian citizen, I have the EIDAS of Spain and Estonia, so I can have access to the electronic system in Spain. And since it is also acknowledged in Sweden, I can also have access to the Sweden registries. So the idea is to have a common framework to see how this method can be implemented in each member state. Nevertheless, the model is not perfect. There are actually many things that should be improved. And as Michael was saying, one of the positive aspects that they are trying to work on has to do with e-wallets, the European e-wallet, and this is going to be a new set of regulations that is going to be following what the market is demanding nowadays, and also a new experience as a user in order to have access to government services. Another of today's leaders, which is the US. And why? Because they have focused on security. Each framework that I am mentioning here is focused on the national needs and has some aspects that are better than the others, but there is no perfect framework. There's actual mutual recognition of this kind of frameworks, but there's still much to be done. The US regulations, which are based on 863, which started in 2011, and it's been evolving. The other version was in 2017, and now they are with release number 4. The US had a huge implementation of these frameworks, and because of that, they realized the problems they had in the framework, and in the last version that they published, although they always paid attention to security, there were things to be improved as regards privacy, so the user could choose, and that it was not by default or done by the provider or the government imposing the regulations, or different kind of aspects that were unsuccessful as regards identifying the different demographics. So they are working on equality and inclusion as well as accessibility. So these improved changes that they are carrying out is what their national ecosystem needs, as well as the international trends or what has worked in other areas in order to include it in their frameworks. We also have the Pan-Canadian framework, which is the one I'm actually working on. It is a framework that is based on the domestic regulations of Canada, as well as other standards, such as the US, the EIDAS. Although it has some domestic specific rules, they also pay attention to ISO standards and the frameworks of other countries and positive aspects of those frameworks. Together with this, another important leader as regards sound regulations and good standards has been Australia. Australia today has legislation that includes not only a framework, but they also include legislation. Some are against it because it's something that it's quite difficult to achieve. There is no perfect model. And the other framework that is the newest is the UK framework. They had government practices for identifying and verifying identity, as well as authentication, DVD 45 and 44. But this year, they developed this framework. You have the acronym here. And although it is a recent framework, they had more time to consider the other frameworks, so they based their framework in all the previous ones. They took the models from the other countries and followed them. It was also based on different cases, not in something in general, but in some specific cases. For example, for employers, when they choose a candidate, that the candidate submitting is the person that it says it is. So they decided to include those cases in order to promote the framework. And as regards different improvements, all these frameworks are trying to include is to improve privacy in order to protect personal data of users being identified. And after COVID, there's been a lot of fraud and hacking, so they are trying to be more severe as regards the rules that can monitor fraud in the identity verification process in order to protect information in organizations providing this service. And also that the service is accessible to all demographics as well as user-friendly. Also some different demographics, gender and racial issues, equality. These are all very recent topics that I think that are paramount for these frameworks and that should be included so that work for all the different demographics.
And I think my time is up, Olga, right? Okay. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me okay? Good. Yes. What happens with Latin America? Precisely yesterday, there was somebody from the IDB speaking on blockchain. What was his face? Marcos Salense, yeah. He was addressing blockchain on behalf of the IDB, the Inter-American Development Bank. And he talked about identity theft, and indeed, I took barcodes or QR that nobody understands because nobody can see that. What happened with COVID-19? Was there any progress that was made on vaccination? Mike, can you hear me? Can you hear the translation, Mike? In the English or the Spanish translation? Okay. Escucho tu voz, maravillosa, perfecto. Muy bien, la presentación de Ruth fue muy buena. Tengo dos preguntas.
Canada and United States, I think. This is the first question. And the second one, yesterday we had the representative of the IDB who was in charge of blockchain. And he explained that there was some advances in using blockchain for the COVID vaccines certificates. My experience is that I printed in a paper all my vaccine certificates, and I've been traveling with that over the world. But it was a paper that nobody, it was just a trust that the paper was true. And it was true, of course. But anyway, they were not reading the code or any other verification. So about Latin America, what is happening, and what happened with the COVID pandemic, if there was some advances of some applications of digital identity related with the vaccine certificates. Whoever wants to start in any language.
Okay. So the translation came back, but I think I was able to piece together. So let me try to answer your question. I think you were talking about how the COVID pandemic created the opportunity, I believe, for the use of blockchain to exchange one's vaccine status. This was one of the use cases that we saw deployed that gained a lot of popularity over the last 2 years. The one thing I would caution about, and this is something that Ruth raised in her presentation, was the important to be technology agnostic. This is very critically important. When you look at the work that Glyph has done, Glyph has a number of different deployments. They actually can deploy to the blockchain or a traditional database. So I think this is something, again, always look at the technical agnostic approach. Otherwise, you potentially may get locked into a technical solution that will limit the ability of the organization to grow and deploy.
Ruth, ¿me escuchás?
Sí. A ver, en temas de...
Yes. In connection with vaccinations or vaccines, applications that people had in Europe, some of them were effective or good, and some of them raised concerns in the way that privacy was managed. As Michael said, indeed, since he came way too fast, there was no regulatory framework or rule that could govern the protection of those users and what would happen with the information of vaccines. And in connection with Latin America and topics under this umbrella, is that some countries have started working along these lines, but to have a regulatory framework like the ones I talked about, that required certain investment and the involvement of all the stakeholders and all the people that are involved by this. Service providers or governmental agencies managing the digital agenda, digital identity, and users that at the end of the day are the reliant parties of these regulatory framework or regulations. There's incipient development, but personally I would like to see further development. However, I understand that some countries place priorities upon other topics and they've been delaying or postponing this, but I believe this is crucial and is increasingly more important and critical for all countries to have this in place and for the ecosystem, because it has become popular or relevant. In Latin America, do you have any regional organizations that has led these sort of procedures that probably I'm not aware of or we haven't heard of? Chile and Mexico, I believe so. But they're in the first steps. I mean, they have raised other priorities and they couldn't reach consensus so far. Complex, takes time. Further questions for any other questions for Ruth or Mike? Yes, we do have some. Voy a traducir.
Ok, gracias. De verdad que es súper interesante lo que nos
Perdón,
comparte.
Olga, pero el tema es que está el traductor y Michael no te escucha.
I will translate for Mike. I will translate for Mike. I will do the translation of the question, okay? Is that okay, Mike?
Mike, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Mike? Mike, can you hear me? Mike? Yes, can you hear me? No, probably she can do it in Spanish and I will translate it. Hacésela en inglés. My name is Lorenzo Martinez from the Dominican Republic. In some occasion, I was blessed with participating before the UNCITRAL and Senud, given the new regulations that they have in place for digital trust. And my experience was that even though some countries presuppose the model regulation to implement it is kind of slow for those agencies that they take it as part of the change or transformation towards digital trust. My question is, in your experience, what has happened with this law that has not been in effect so far or applicable? And now with this new law, how do you see this in the future? How easy is it gonna be achieved? What is it called? The model law of UNCITRAL is the e-commerce law. Did you get it, Mike?
¿Cómo se dice un citral en inglés? SINUDMI, which is the e-commerce trust law, ¿sí? Que si se implementó a nivel nacional, ¿sí? Esa es la pregunta. So the law has 20 years of that it started, and he's seen some reluctancy from governments in implementing it. So what's your... ¿Y hay una nueva versión ahora? There's a recent new version of this law. He's asking, how do you see this evolving in the near future? Eso.
So this, what law, what specific law?
It's the law of the e-commerce law. It has 20 years ago.
So the UNCITRAL model law. United Nations Commission on International Trade Law. United Nations Commission on International Trade Law. Commission on International Trade Law. Una de las cosas que es importante, y ahí hice referencia durante...
ITU has put out a document on digital identity, and what that particular document talks about is how there is not a one-size-fits-all solution, that digital identity will need to be tailored to each individual country and their specific needs. And I think, I know Ruth, I thought she talked about Estonia in her presentation. There's obviously Adhar in India. What is critically important is that the local community and the government work in creating a framework that works for that particular region or country.
Okay.
And just one final thing, just to point out, EIDAS they're revising that. So there was the original EIDAS 1.0. It was deployed, and Europe found out that it was not adopted. It did not work because it was only focused on public use cases. Part of what they are doing as a result of EIDAS 2.0 is they are looking to open that up to make it for both public and private interactions. So my advice is you must constantly revisit the law and figure out whether it is keeping up with the marketplace and serving the needs of both the public as well as the private sector.
Thank you, Mike. I will just make a reference about what you told us about the ITU last year. Él dice, y es verdad, lo presentó en su presentación el año pasado, la ITU, la Unión.
That is true. The ITU has a document, a benchmark document on identity, digital identity for regulators, guidelines for regulators that is very interesting. I remember that there's not a one-size-fits-all solution. However, it makes certain recommendations. Either the country takes per se care of this, or they combine it and solve it through institutions. Ruth, do you have any comments on this? It's precisely what Michael has been saying. There's no clear mandate, supranational mandate. The idea is that each country, region, or sub-region, in line with its needs, can identify a certain regulation or regulatory framework and create the rules as much as possible or as robust as possible because they have inputs from different stakeholders. When they are guidelines, like in the case of Australia, it differs. Actually, the enforcement and the creation of those rules is in line with the needs of every single country for their citizens or for their ecosystem. Now, given the examples I presented, let me tell you that these are the most robust, historically speaking, and because they are comprehensive, because they are blessed with certification. Although there are other projects or initiatives in Europe or in other countries, they do not have certification for those rules. And if we believe that the best thing is to present those rules, but to require certification, because it's not the same a provider saying, yeah, I'll enforce those rules from Europe or from Australia, and then eventually the who's going to be responsible for enforcing those rules. I mean, that is enforceable through certification. So these rules that require this integrated area in the rules is what is important. And I'm sure that there are many projects in this regard. Any other thoughts, questions? There's one question here.
From Argentina, about the concept of technology agnostic, which you talked about. Could you amplify a little bit more about that, please?
Did you get the question?
I can hear you, but the translator was.
She was asking about the technology agnostic. If you can amplify that concept a little bit. Can you hear me?
So the question dealt with being agnostic to
Yes.
what was the specific question regarding being agnostic?
En relación a algo especial. If you can clarify a little bit more the general concept of technology agnostic.
Sure. Okay. So one of the things that I think Ruth can hopefully expand upon if I somehow get lost here, so stand by, Ruth. When you look at the identity space today, there are generally three types of identity stacks that solution providers are building upon. There are some that are building on traditional X509 certificates. There is another technology stack that is being built upon blockchain, distributed ledger technology, and the work of the WC3 in DIDs and verifiable claims. The third technology stack that one sees a lot of deployment involves OpenID Connect, OAuth2, and identity assurance. So those are three different technology stacks that are being used by solution providers to deploy these solutions. What I think is very important from that agnostic standpoint, and this goes to the trust frameworks as well, I have found, and some of the research that I have been focused on, is how the existing DNS infrastructure of the internet can perhaps provide that interoperability level. The DNS already can store X509 certificates with Dane, can handle already deployments with blockchain. There have been 1 or 2 registry operators that have already linked a traditional domain name to a blockchain wallet address. And then there, as I said, there's some work being done within the OpenID Foundation right now in connection with OpenID Connect for identity assurance. So this is one of the reasons that I think being agnostic and facilitating interoperability is so important.
Y tengo otra pregunta para Ruth.
I have another question for Ruth from Valentina that is in Italy. It's a little bit long. I'm going to read out slowly. Do you believe that ISO and ISC convergence frameworks that are the structure of LSE will help with new guidelines for audits of products that apply AI products to identify things electronically, especially alteration when they alter wrongdoings or digital identities in a wrong way? In connection with audits, the techniques, the most efficient techniques, are those provided by ISO. These are national standards organizations that are widely acclaimed. Then what the audit provides in terms of technology is there's freedom to choose there, and the different frameworks are not part of this discussion because the market is very complex. There are biometric solutions, and there are thousands of them in the market. So these frameworks do not approve just one, because there's no one that is 100% verifiable or bulletproof, that is inclusive, protective, and less costly, hyper secured, and at the same time will let me use different devices so it wouldn't be so much expensive for users. That is why these frameworks provide rules, and then any technology that supports this is okay with them. Notwithstanding the techniques of how this is audited or tested, or how we test the performance of identity systems, will depend on the agreements or the agreed for every framework on the guidelines and the techniques that they have implemented in the identity validation systems be effective, and that is why there's a whole set of techniques that are being implemented, and all frameworks, or almost all frameworks, seek auditing or testing techniques proposed by ISO 1701, 1601, another 16,000 something that are digital systems. And that's how they address digital identity together with other digital systems. But that is more or less the balance that we intend to strike. Thank you very much.
Had that problem 2 times today. It has been working everything very good during the whole week, but we will check now so we don't have this problem again. Thank you very much for your time, for your willingness of participating with me. I hope to see you somewhere in the world, in person, in the near future. And thank you very much. Have a nice rest of the day. Chao. Bye, bye Ruth, bye
Muchísimas
Mike.
gracias, Olga.
Chao.
Gracias por la
No,
oportunidad.
gracias a
Saludos a
vos. Chao,
todos.
querida.
Adiós.
Bye, Mike. Ah, cómo me costó esto, Dios. Bueno, tenemos café, que es la buena noticia. No se vayan.
We're going to break for coffee. Stay tuned because in half hour we'll resume the session.
Chamba.
Este es el canal del inglés. Canal del inglés, canal del inglés. English, English, English. English channel, English channel, English, English, English. English channel, English, English. Testing English, testing English, English, English. Testing the English channel. Testing the English channel. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing the English channel. Testing, 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 testing. Testing, 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 testing. Testing, testing. Testing the English channel. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Ahora vamos a chequear, pero pareciera ser un tema de acá, del ruteo de acá. O sea, a lo que va Zoom, porque en Zoom no deberíamos estar escuchando cuando traducen.
Pero yo en Zoom, esto está conectado a esto.
No, digo algo del seteo, algo que se tocó de ahí, no tengo idea porque yo no lo seteé.
Para mí es lo que vos dijiste, que el floor está conectado al canal de español.
Claro, entonces se pisan. Algo pasó con eso.
El floor deberían ser dos cosas distintas. Porque el floor a veces es en inglés y a veces es en español.
Por eso, claro, por eso yo entiendo que...
Tiene que haber tres, entonces, un floor, un canal de inglés y un canal de español.
En realidad no. Oye, cuando estén en piso...
El canal de español se está usando como piso, cuando nosotros traducimos al español, los oradores escuchan eso.
Pero es que no tendrían que traducir, si están hablando en piso español no hay que traducir.
No, que estaban hablando en inglés en el piso, no estaban hablando en español.
Claro, pero ahí está el problema, se están pisando.
Como el orador de afuera estaban hablando en inglés.
Cuando hablaban en español, ahí se estaba pisando.
Sí.
Y cuando estaban hablando en inglés, no se pisaba.
Cuando nosotros hablamos.
Sí,
el problema era cuando yo tocaba al inglés así.
El canal de español es el problema.
Es cuando tocamos al canal de español. Cuando tocaba el canal de español, ahí era un problema.
Bueno, me está llamando Diego y
Ahora yo no entiendo por qué no ponen a los oradores acá en el mismo webinar, en el mismo Zoom. Nunca hay problema con eso, ¿entendés? Entonces, nosotros nos vemos. Ustedes me parece que tienen un Zoom y un webinar, ¿no?
Nosotros lo tenemos programado
pues
yo estoy solo en la parte de audio.
Claro,
no sé cómo lo tienen.
Si lo tuvieran uno solo.
Claro. Para mí el canal de español nuestro está actuando como floor.
Claro.
Y el floor a veces es en inglés y a veces es en español.
Claro.
No debería ser así, tiene que estar el floor, que se habla en los dos idiomas, y un canal específico para español y otro específico para inglés. Está faltando un canal.
No, es que la lógica es en realidad,
Chicos, estoy en silla. Voy a ir a tomar un café.
O sea, no debería haber piso, español y interpretación. Si alguien toca, si están hablando acá en español y alguien quiere escucharlo en inglés, se va al inglés.
Claro.
Y si aquí están hablando en inglés, si quieren escucharlo en español, ahí se van.
Claro, pero ahí me están escuchando a mí en la traducción. Te digo porque yo doy las clases, cuando las doy por Zoom, tengo un floor, y después tengo canales de distintos idiomas. O sea, tengo muchas cabinas. Pero el floor es el floor. Y en el floor hay varios idiomas. Es el idioma que se está hablando acá.
Claro, es lo que está pasando en el vivo.
Claro, pero en el floor están escuchando el español mío. Ese es el problema. Tiene que haber otro canal más. O el floor tiene que estar en otro lado, no en el canal de español de traducción. Porque ayer yo no vine, pero antes de ayer también pasó. panel más. Una hora como mucho. Lo están resolviendo. Para mí el problema que tienen es que lo que están usando de floor, o sea, de lo que se habla acá, es el mismo que el canal de español. Tiene que estar el floor y además tiene que haber un canal de español y un canal de inglés.
¿No había pasado antes?
Sí, había pasado. Antes de ayer pasó. Que alguien escuchaba la traducción. Alguien que hablaba inglés escuchaba la traducción del español. Lo que pasa es que son menos las veces que interpretamos al español.
Ahora sí que están usando el canal de español. Ustedes usan español.
Es que me escuchan solamente cuando nosotros estamos en el canal de español. Y no la escuchaban a Olga, la escuchaban muy bajito porque la estaban escuchando por este micrófono. Cuando yo hablaba me escuchaban perfecto. Cuando hablaba ella decían que la escuchaban muy lejos. Claro, el micrófono capta muy lejos. Yo la parte de cómo conectaron el Zoom y eso no tengo ni idea. No, de nada.
¿Qué pasó al final?
No sé.
No, yo me fui porque tengo la cabeza así.
No, pero aparte que no depende de nosotros, no sé.
Hola.
Llevo esto. Lo que voy a hacer es la voy a atender por WhatsApp.
Okay, we're going to continue. Can you see us? Can you hear us? Claudio? Luca?
Hola, Marina, ¿sí? Marina, ¿nos escucha?
Marina, can you hear us? Marina?
Hola. Claudio, Luca, ¿nos escuchan?
Claudio, Luca, can you hear us? We are having some technical issues today. Luca, can you hear us?
Marina, ¿nos escuchan? Hola. Me parece que no.
Me parece que sí, bueno. ¿Sí? Tenemos un problema de audio. A ver, ahí te escuchamos. Tenemos un problema, pero ¿nos escucha, Luca?
Can you hear us, Luca?
Hola, no sé.
El problema es acá.
Hola. Oh.
Te piden algo distinto. Yes. Hola, gente. Mientras arreglamos los temas técnicos que hoy están.
While we solve the technical issues, let me tell you that we shared a drive with different pictures of the conference, and if you want to share it and to upload it to the social media. In Telegram, you have all the social networks and the conference. Tomorrow is our last day. The summaries of every day are in the e-learning platform that the university gave you. There's one for each day. And you were asking me if you can do it in Portuguese or in English. Yes. If it's in Portuguese or in English, I'm going to be correcting it, so please make it nice. Now we're going to correct it together, so you can upload it in Spanish, in Portuguese, or in English. Are we ready to begin? Is it okay? Can you see me? Can you hear me? Okay, we have some technical issues with the sound. Welcome you to this last panel of today. It's artificial intelligence in the region. We're going to be doing it in Spanish. This is the last session of the day. We have an audience from Latin America, Asia, Africa, North America. We have Claudio Lucena from the Paraíba University, Luca Belli from FGV Rio de Janeiro, and Marina Bericua from CELA Microsoft Argentina, and Mark Dadgels. Where are you from, Mark? From Mars. Mark is going to be helping as a moderator, but he also has something to do. He has a phone call, so I'm going to be helping him. Well, we have a very special panel as regards AI and the perspectives from the region. We have some experts. The idea is to have more like a conversation, a dialogue. So you can think about maybe some kind of interaction. And two of our panelists were going to speak in English. What do you think, guys? Claudio can speak Spanish. Luca, what do you think? Can you speak in Spanish? My Spanish is good for talking with friends, having a beer, but not so good for a conference. You're missing the beer. Okay, so we're going to have it in Spanish. We're going to do it in Spanish. Let me briefly introduce this topic. We are facing a very specific time in AI history. For many years, we have heard that AI was going to change everything. But it was something so abstract. And nowadays, we are facing a reality in which things are changing. We recently had an art competition, an art contest in which AI was the winner. So we are facing different changes in the field of medicine, in arts, and many fields, and the AI reality is here. So we need to think not only as technical people, but also as which is going to be the impact in our region, which is a developing region. So it's not the same as what would happen in Europe or the US. We need to also think how this is going to have an impact for us as developing countries. So I would like to invite our panelists today to speak a little bit about the impact that this is going to have. So we're not going to talk about general terms, but we are going to specifically talk about our region. Who would like to start? I can be the first one. Thank you, Claudia. Good afternoon, Olga, and all my friends, Marina, Luca, and all the audience from the School of Internet, South School of Internet Governance. I always like to remember the first step in my first steps in internet governance. I was part of the audience as you are today in 2015, and it's been a huge change in my professional career. I have very good memories of that. And I would like to begin this panel. I have visitors here. I would like to mention two things. First, is it possible, Mark, that regulations in AI have created a new way of developing regulations for technology in a different way? Let me explain it. Lawmakers are thinking forward as regards technology. This didn't happen in the past. Regulation as regards technologies, there's a social phenomenon. Give me a second. I'm sorry. This is part of our day-to-day life, the new normal. After this, this has changed everything, and there's like a new clear perception. And if we think about this technology, things in society, there wouldn't be place to make some adjustments when we need to do it, when things don't work as we want. Let me give you an objective example. In 2018, with my friend Eduardo Magrani, we did a regulation initiative mapping for AI. We didn't have many resources, but we were able to map 28 regulation initiatives as regards AI governance. Nowadays, I don't know if I can share my screen with you, but nowadays, this is a mapping from the European Council as regards governance and regulation initiatives for AI. And you can see that there are 506 initiatives from 2018 to 2022. It's been almost 5 years, and look at the change. We were talking about 30, 40 global initiatives, and now more than 500 as regards governance and AI regulations. And I'm only talking about the most relevant ones. So what does this mean? That the regulators are moving forward. They are not waiting for changes and for facts and social phenomena. They are moving forward. They are forecasting all this and trying to regulate AI before it becomes inflexible. And number two, this regulation idea is focusing on smart regulation, which is kind of a phrase that is simpler saying than doing. Why we need to think why the dynamics in innovation are so different from social phenomena in regulation sciences. We need to make it more focused, more concrete. I don't have much to say now as an introduction about which would be the final goal or the final solution, but I believe this is like a journey, smart regulation with some vital tools such as impact assessment, risk assessment, and we are going to be basing part of the discussion about regulation not only on AI but also other disruptive technologies for the future. So going towards smart regulation, and it's going to be like more concrete. We need to have tools, impact and risk assessment, which are vital tools to deal with these topics in the future. And I believe this is like the end of my introduction. Excellent, Claudia. When you mention risk opportunities, I believe that it is exactly what is vital for us, because for developing countries, it can be an advantage to include more AI, and it can also become the end of our jobs as we know it, and it can change many things. So I believe that is like the core subject for us. How to balance all these things. I was wondering who's going to continue. I can see now the next speaker.
I agree with Claudio. But let me add something else. Regulatory processes create further challenges apart from having smart solutions. In order to have a smart regulation, there's a previous challenge that has to do with know-how and training, which is not a minor thing. For example, in Microsoft, that creates many interactivities with those users, heavy users of artificial intelligence. We're not speaking only of end consumers or final consumers, especially those corporations that want to implement artificial intelligence. And I mean customers and the public sector. We observe challenges in training and know-how that eventually leads or is subject to those that need to regulate these technologies. Regulating technology was no easy thing, especially when we talk about smart solutions. And there came a time when it comes to technology development, new trends. Not only are we looking at artificial intelligence, but blockchain advances, which is very complex to be understood by the layman. We speak of quantum computing, metaverse. So all these technologies pose a very high level of sophistication, leading to major challenges compared to technologies of the past in connection with the way regulators understand or see that technology, and based on the know-how they have, they will establish or create regulation. And in connection with what the progress made by regulators, what Pablo said, not only they are expecting technologies and they cannot anticipate, but they can prevent damaging effects of technologies. At least they're trying, but they drive this challenge even further in the way we consider or we conceive these regulations, that will lead to get to know how these technologies operate. If we are unaware of these technologies, there will come a regulation that will be not necessary or that cannot cover the results that we intend to create for those technologies. So there is an imbalance, an awareness, or asymmetries that is not a minor thing and is applicable to users and final consumers, and also is applicable to regulatory agencies. And there's a challenge there that we had to face, and that needs to be thought so we can jointly provide this know-how. It's not a group of experts discussing on regulatory matters to regulatory agencies. As a matter of fact, that we held talks with regulatory agencies on this particular challenge. And I have to apologize because I had to speak direct. I addressed my presentation directly without acknowledging Mark, Adrian, and Olga for the South School of Internet Governance and for this great work that has been done. And I was having a look at the panels and I thought that the presentations were great. And I commend the group of students that are really taking advantage of this opportunity. So I wanted to underscore the issue of training because it is fundamental, especially if we want to have smart regulation in place in the future. Thank you, Marina. Your presentation reminded me of Clark's law. That it says that any technology that is advanced enough and is distinguished from magic. It's not about having an algorithm or having algorithm of artificial intelligence looks like magic, but it's a compilation of a specific creation. It combines several elements and is cross-functional to intellectual property and to other things that are content creation, for example. And we have Lucas here with us, that is the international speaker panelist. I'm going to speak in English. No, my Spanish is not as good. And I promise that for next year, I will make the necessary efforts to give my presentation in Spanish. However, this year, we are going to present in English. Let me share my screen. Yes.
With the mic in my mouth. Thank you. Okay. I will take off the mic I will take off the headphone, otherwise I'm hearing myself speaking in Spanish while I present. So I think my presentation is a perfect complement of what Claudio and Marina were saying as an introduction, as it brings a very good example of what actually happens when there is no smart regulation. I think sadly, the Brazilian example that I will mention is not really an example of smart regulation. It's an example of regulation that has not carefully considered, at least hopefully, so far is a proposal of regulation, of regulatory framework. It's not a regulation yet, but being Brazil a very relevant market and a very large country in Latin America has the potential to be a very impactful regulation. So it is very interesting to analyze the Brazilian example, not only for the dimension of the country, but for the impact that the proposal can have at the not only regional but also global level. So before I start, the usual disclaimers. So I work at FGV Law School. FGV, as I was already mentioning on Tuesday, is both an academic institution and a think tank, currently the third most influential think tank in the world. And here at FGV Law School, I coordinate the Center for Technology and Society, and also the Cyber BRICS project. I was speaking about data governance in the BRICS countries on Tuesday, and today I will use part of that interactive tool I mentioned on Tuesday, the last part that compares AI regulation with regard to data governance in the BRICS countries. And also I will mention some of the academic outputs, some of the publications that were elaborated in the context of CPDP LATAM, the Computers, Privacy and Data Protection Conference Latin America that we organize in July. We organize every year at FGV, and actually the output or the research output will be presented next Monday at this conference in the context of the Global Privacy Assembly. So to come back to the Brazilian example, so let's start with a little bit of context to understand how this proposal of AI framework for Brazil was conceived. So it is very important to say that while the regulatory framework is at the it's in a phase of a proposal, AI is very much utilized in Brazil since several years. Not only for things you may think about like e-commerce or social media platforms, but for facial recognition, for security purposes, for credit scoring purposes, to organize smart city, transportation, medical services, financial services. Really, it's really extremely already used at the Brazilian level, right? In this context, a couple of years ago started a public consultation for a Brazilian AI strategy at the end of 2019. Then, before the end of this consultation, the main bill for an AI framework was introduced in the Congress. So before the end of the consultation, then the consultation ended, the pandemic erupted, so AI was not really at the top of the national or international agenda for some time. In April 2021, the AI strategy of Brazil was adopted and was highly criticized because it was a good list of ideas, but was really missing the strategic elements of a strategy, like who is responsible for what, which kind of budget we have, which kind of deadlines we have. So it was a list of ideas that were very good ideas, but with not really substantial elements of how to enact them. Surprisingly, in May of last year, there was an urgency request to vote this bill 21, 2020 on an AI framework. And then the Congress started to assess this bill. And in September 2021, the House, the lower chamber, the Chamber of Deputies, approved this bill. And then the bill goes to the Senate, and the Senate luckily decided in March of this year to create an expert committee that created a very large stream of consultation with various stakeholders, and the report of this expert committee is expected to be published in some weeks. Now, what's very important to understand is that the inclusion of a multi-stakeholder approach, the inclusion of stakeholder opinions, as was mentioned before, is quite essential to understand the complexity of this. It's very difficult for legislators and even for the commission of jurists that was supporting that is supporting the Senate. For lawyers, as a lawyer myself, it's very difficult to understand how an algorithm functions. And so you need to have different stakeholders, not only to pay lip service to the multi-stakeholder approach, but to understand the complexity and the different phases of the issue at stake. What does it mean to have a transparent algorithm or an explicable algorithm? How to do so? What are the potential impacts in terms of discrimination? What are the risks associated? What are the cybersecurity implications? What are the digital sovereignty implications, and so on? There is a lot of different dimensions that no single expert can know. And so therefore, it is essential to have a multi-stakeholder approach to understand how this functions. Now, the goal of this commission is to consolidate three bills. The main one I was mentioning is the 21/2020, which is the longest, if we can say so. It's 10 articles. The other are respectively 6 and 5 articles. So it's very laconic approach to regulation, we can say. And so what is the framework about? If you want to read it in English, we also have translated it in the CyberBRICS website that I was already mentioning on Tuesday. So if I will not get into the definition of AI, because it's a very large and comprehensive definition, and actually this is not really the problematic part of the bill. To introduce the bill, let's say that is a very it has a very light touch approach. It's very abstract, which means it is likely to be ineffective. So if you do not specify concretely the various elements of the regulation and who is responsible for what, again, it's very difficult to have a meaningful regulation. If you only have a principle-based approach, it's also very difficult to implement the regulation, especially if, as in the case of this bill, the implementation then is delegated to sectorial regulator without creating a dedicated regulator with specified and specific competence to regulate, right? And then the point that I would like to stress now in the next 5 minutes is the conflict that this bill creates with existing provisions. Again, because this regulation, does not come out of the blue. There is already regulation on specific fields touched upon the regulation. So the first one is non-discrimination. And the principle of non-discrimination created by this bill only speaks about mitigating the possibility of discriminatory uses of AI, which is problematic because if we take the LGPD, the General Data Protection Law of Brazil that was discussed on Tuesday, we already have a principle of non-discrimination in the law that already exists and is already enforced that prohibits discrimination. So reducing this prohibition of discrimination only to mitigation is not really understandable from a legal perspective. And then with regard to transparency, also we have some points that I think are rather problematic. So the transparency obligations created by this bill basically entail a duty to provide information on the functioning of the AI systems. So, for instance, communicate when a user is speaking with a chatbot or who is the developer of the AI system. So far, so good. Then there is this third point, point C, which is quite tricky because it obliges to provide information on how the AI functions only when there is a potential of considerable risk for fundamental rights. Again, this may not seem problematic, but unless we read it in conjunction with the existing law on data protection that already mandates to provide meaningful information whenever there is an automated decision that uses the personal data of an individual. So the law that exists, that in force, states that whenever you take an automated decision based on the personal data of an individual, if the individual requests to have information, you have a duty to provide meaningful information. The bill would restrict it to this duty only when there is a risk for potential breach of fundamental rights. And then the last point, I'm really going very quickly on this because I don't want to lose too much time and steal time to the conversation. So liability. The law creates a liability framework that is only based on subjective liability. And so what does it mean in practice? That the user of the AI system, any individual, everyone, every Brazilian citizen would have the duty to prove that there is a damage that he or she suffered because of the AI system, and to connect this to the lack of attention of the negligence of the AI developers. Now, this is what the Romans already 2,000 years ago called probatio diabolica. It means, imagine if the layman, a regular person, a regular Brazilian would ever have the technical or legal knowledge to understand how the AI function, know that he or she is victim of an abusive functioning, and sue the developer and prove that it is the fault of the developer is this damage occurred, right? Now, to conclude, I think that what is really essential is that we already make good use, before inventing new rules, that we already make good use of what already exists. I was speaking about the LGPD on Tuesday together with my friend Daniel Doneda, and in the LGPD there is already some meaningful provisions that help frame AI, the principles of transparency, security, non-discrimination, accountability, and prevention. They are already there. They are binding principle, and actually these principles are already in almost all of the 14 laws, data protection laws in Latin America that regulate how personal data can be used. Rights also are already there. The right to have information on existing processing and the right to non-discrimination in case of automated processing are already there in the law. And actually in the law there is also let's say suggestion, at least in some cases obligation, to develop this data privacy impact assessment. The impact assessment that was mentioned before, I really like this, because that is the main tool that you have to understand if the AI will produce risks, will have a negative impact on the users. If you undertake this, and as the law already suggests or mandates in some cases, you already have a very good starting point to understand in which cases you have to take some measures to avoid risks. And then to conclude, the elephant in the room that I think no one ever mentions in AI discussion, which is that besides having a good regulation and a good regulator, which are already very difficult elements, you also have to fund very well research in AI if you want to have an AI that is developed, baking the values of society within the technology. And here, just to conclude the last slide, I would like to show you the budget that the Brazilian government allocated to research over the past decade. And you may see that over the past 7 years has been completely slashed. So if you do not invest in education and in research, you may not expect the research to be developed in a way that is in compliance with the values that you want the research and the technology to protect and to respect. Thank you very much for your attention.
Bravo.
Muchas gracias, Luca. Creo que su intervención debería ser llamada como que se pasa cuando gobiernos intentan.
Thanks, Luca. I think that your intervention should be considered because it's very interesting. There are two kinds of AI. We can delineate the process in order to make a decision, and also you cannot do the process tracing. So, yeah, it's like a black box. So the model that we have today is focused simply on producing results. It's a black box. So it is possible to develop AI that explains the tracing to reach a certain result. So it's not impossible. It's something that we need to demand, to request. After these great presentations, what do you think if we talk a little bit about the future of AI, specifically in Latin America? Are we ready? What do we have to do? Which should be our focus? How can we be looking at the right direction? I wonder if some of you would like to mention this or talk about this topic. Yes, I would like to talk about that. I was carefully listening to what Luca was saying, and there are some concepts. First of all, I believe that it's important to mention that maybe this is not a legal concept, but it has to do with the regulatory framework or the regulatory goal that should be clear. And I believe that regulations should consider the need of developing countries of developed. So we need to think that regulations should be balanced in that sense. Although I agree with many of the concepts that Luca mentioned as regards the risks, fundamental rights within constitutions and regulations already in place, enforced in the different countries, so that there is no contradiction between regulations of AI and the regulations that are already enforced in different countries, such as intellectual property, consumer rights. So we need to be extremely careful as regards the impact that regulations can have. Sometimes we think about regulations and we think about companies such as Microsoft, Amazon, Google, but I believe that we also need to think about the impact of these regulations for small companies, and which would be the impact in the sense of what small companies are going to be imposed in countries in which those companies are like driving engines. Argentina, for example, today, it is the second exporter and second employer in Argentina, biggest employer. And there are many companies that are fostering economic growth of Argentina in that sense. And it's always important when we think about regulations to think about how is it going to affect those companies, to impact on those companies. In Microsoft, we've been talking about these principles for the last 5 years, the ones that are included in the Brazilian Data Protection Act, or this new bill that we are discussing now. In Microsoft, we already have a governance system for those guidelines. We launched standards to put it in practice, and we have some standards with specific guidelines for Microsoft engineers within Microsoft on how to do this impact assessments. There's a totally mapped roadmap. So we could say that Microsoft complies with the European Data Protection Act. And for a company such as Microsoft, or maybe a big company, this is just a slight adjustment or some things to take into account, but not necessarily a huge cost impact as regards adapting to it. Because big companies are always thinking forward and making mistakes and correcting those mistakes. For example, in the case of Microsoft, as regards AI for face recognition of law enforcement agencies in the US, Microsoft decided not to sell that technology because it was not ethical to do it. So thinking about the development in Latin America, I believe that it's important to think about the cost of regulations for the kind of companies that we have in Latin America. Maybe Brazil has bigger companies, but in the case of Argentina, we have many small companies. What would be the meaning for those? Thinking about that. And I also want to mention some of the things that Luca mentioned that have to do with some things that we need to take into account. For example, risk assessments, impact assessments. And companies such as ours have an important role that is not only to be part of the regulatory processes, or as Luca was saying, to be part of research processes and to cooperate with those research processes in countries and with regulators, but also that big companies have the accountability of cooperating with small companies to help them not only in the adoption of technology, but also companies that develop technology, AI, and development for the different countries so that they can adapt to these new regulations. And when they are developing AI systems, they can do it taking into account the guidelines and the principles that are already set. I'm going to talk about knowledge. I believe that is key. I was mentioning that helping small companies in each country, companies that are exporting that technology, there's a lot of talent in Latin America, and we need to think that the regulations won't affect these small companies and deprive them from continuing their business. I believe that there are impact assessments that should be taken into account. And when we think about objective responsibility, as against risk assessment, I think that there's a kind of a contradiction there, and we need to think about this because the accountability should be taken into account, and if there is damage as a consequence of applying certain systems, of course, some players are going to be accountable. And there are many things to take into account. I believe we need to be careful and regulations should be smart. And I believe that corporations have a responsibility as regards regulations, so as to also share results. And that should be taken into account to develop regulations. I am talking about a lot of concepts at the same time, but I wanted to mention something about what Luca was saying.
Are there any questions? Any questions? Are there any questions? We have questions from the students. There's one from Judith Burundi from Kenya. Most of the students are from Latin America. However, we have some from other regions. We have students in Asia, Africa, and Europe. Judith was asking if it's possible to regulate artificial intelligence, considering that technology is always evolving? And do you think that you can crystallize this advance in the process of developing new laws or creating new laws? Juan Jose Gallo, I'm a lawyer from the city of Rosario, and I would like to know if in the bill in Brazil to prevent biases, you contemplate the gender-based perspective and the environmental perspective as well. The bill from Brazil.
The first one, and maybe as I didn't want to spend too much time on questions of responsibility and liability, so I did not maybe explain it thoroughly. But one of the reasons why I was commenting in my presentation that subjective liability would be something conflicting with existing law is because in Brazil, the existing Brazilian civil codes in force since almost 20 years, actually more than 20 years, we celebrated 20 years some months ago, also already imposes this objective liability regime when an activity entails risks. So again, of course, I think it's very interesting what Marina was mentioning, that we have to have a differentiated approach. I think we don't have, there is no one-size-fits-all solution. We cannot have, there are two things that I think are essential to have in mind. First, not all AI systems are the same. There are AI systems that are absolutely innocuous. They are AI systems that are extremely risky. If you, that is why I think having this kind of one-size-fits-all approach where there is no responsibility for the developer unless you prove it may lead to some tricky consequences. Not only because it is, in the case of risky AI systems, it contradicts the law that is already in force that imposes objective liability regimes when the activity entails risks, but also because if you take, for instance, the approach of the EU AI Act, which is extremely complex, but it differentiates AI according to the risks. So there are some AI systems that do not need any particular attention from the developer, besides, of course, the obvious duty of care, but there are regulatory obligations that are much higher when you have a risky AI system. Let's, for instance, think about an AI that controls the turbine, the functioning of the turbine of a plane. If you do not develop it well, you may have plane exploding. So it is it is quite essential to have a very high standard of care when developing this kind of systems. On the other hand, not all AI systems are utilized to regulate turbines of a plane. So again, you have to differentiate. My comment was that the proposed AI framework does not take this need to differentiate into consideration, and in my opinion, this is very risky as an approach. On the other hand, and again, here I concur with Marina when she was saying that we cannot regulate all corporations as if they were Google and Facebook. Google, Facebook, IBM, Microsoft, they are tech giants, and they also can bear a very burdensome regulatory charge, but not all startups and enterprises and businesses are Google, Facebook, or Microsoft. So if you have a very high and burdensome regulation you will kill business, basically. And I perfectly understand this point. I think that actually, again, in Brazil, again, if we look at what already exists, in terms of data governance, for instance, the data protection regulator adopted this year a recommendation to reduce the regulatory burden for startups and small and medium enterprises and non-for-profits, precisely to have this logic in mind. You cannot adopt the same regulatory burden for large tech giants and for startups. Otherwise, you will kill the startups. And I think this applies also to other kind of regulations. Again, not to praise Europe, because I don't think that the European model is necessarily the best. But if you consider the recent regulatory proposals adopted by Europe with the Digital Service Act and Digital Market Acts, they differentiate between very large platforms or very gatekeepers, or what they are called very large tech players, and small ones. I think this is a very interesting approach, because you differentiate between the very large player that can hire 10 extra lawyers or 100 extra lawyers to deal with the compliance, and can also have capacity building trainings for developers. And this is my last point. It's absurd to think, and here again, I perfectly concur with what both Claudio and Marina were saying. It's absurd to think that law will regulate AI alone. So law alone cannot regulate AI, because no developer is a lawyer. So unless you build a bridge between the law and the developer, the law will be always insufficient to regulate AI or any kind of technology. And here, to conclude, as I was mentioning on Tuesday, I deal a lot with other different, not usual suspects in terms of models of governance and regulation. In China, what is very interesting about the Chinese approach is that beside the law, well, there is not only enormous investments of research, which are, I think, very useful if you want to create technology with the values that you want to promote. Not saying that is necessarily the best possible values, but it's a very good way of baking values into technology to finance technology. But on the other hand, what is very smart in the Chinese model is that there is technical standards that are created to translate the normative framework into technical commands that the developer can understand. And that is what is missing in all other frameworks. We think that with a nice law and a nice regulation, we can solve the problem. And that is a very completely wrong approach, because no developer is a lawyer, and no developer is, he or she has not technical standards to follow, will be able to comply with the law. Sorry if I'm speaking too much.
Gracias, Claudio. Me parece que tiene un montón de informaciones para.
Claudio, I think that you have a lot of information.
To our friend from Kenya who is addressing us, I think it's very important on top of what Luca has explained about this difficulty or this new reality in trying to face the challenges posed by a new technology. That is probably why you were taking or starting this path in internet governance, because regulation is not all when we're dealing with innovation, and mainly with innovation in technology. Governance also plays a very important role. That's why you're in an internet governance school initiative, right? Because regulation is a very important step, is a very important action that we take when we're dealing with new technologies, but not everything can be regulated, and mainly not everything can be regulated in the standards we used to regulate in these first 2 centuries of human experience with technology. So that's why we also need governance to walk hand by hand, side by side with regulatory initiatives. Ahora, volviendo a español para la...
And now going back to Spanish. And now, let me give you some highlights of the future. As I was telling Lucas has referred to the data protection law in Europe and the Brazilian law. And I believe this is important because I always tell my students and those people that interact with that, in my opinion, personal data protection is enshrined in the largest movement or principle of digital conformity, but not a destination. It's described as a journey. That's why Lucas goes back to the principles and to these matters. And I imagine that in the future, to regulate or to govern technologies with AI, the reality extending technologies go back to the principles of the first manifestations of conformity. They speak of the law, the regulatory, global regulatory framework regarding personal data protection. So what Luca was referring to in his slides are very important because I imagine that every time we discuss governance in technologies, we go back to regulatory or the regulatory framework. Do you have time for 2 or 3 questions? Me tengo que ir.
Platicar un poquito más con nosotros.
I have mine here, so.
Okay. Ustedes han visto el mío, eso está seguro.
Bueno, Lucas sí tiene que irse, no te preocupes.
Luca.
See you soon, Lucas. Thank you. Who has the microphone? Okay, we may ask 2 to 3 questions together and then you may answer. From Argentina, 2 brief questions. Talking about the regional perspective, many of you talk about the different principles. Many companies have their own set of principles, so I wanted to ask you if you consider there are some principles or some way to make it possible that is special for the region, that should be different for this region. And also, you were talking about biases and how data are acquired. And I wanted to ask you how you consider data availability and the use of systems in the region. 2 more questions. I'm Federico from Argentina, and my question is for Marina. As a representative of the private sector, do you think that there should be a point of harmonization between the logarithms and corporate secrecy or intellectual property? And as Mark was saying, and in line with self-regulation and Microsoft's decision of not using AI in face recognition, is there some kind of self-regulation in the kind of AI that is being used? For example, if there's some kind of decision of not using neural networks in more risky systems that cannot be audited, for example. We have another question here. Hi, Claudio. Hi, Cristiani. As a professor of nanotechnology in the Paraíba University, I am here representing Paraíba and the public sector in general in our region. As a person from Paraíba, I wanted to ask you how AI is working in the academic sector, specifically the different projects in the public area in the northeast region of Brazil. Thanks, Claudia. Cristiana was asking about research in Paraíba, in the northeast of Brazil where Claudio lives. Would you like to answer? Marina, would you like to start? Yes, I want to quickly mention some things were mentioned, and I have a kind of a forget things. So maybe you would have to remind me of the questions that were asked. But there was a question about data protection. I don't remember exactly the question. If you can repeat it. You also talked about transparency, which is one of the main principles, and all the governance systems today as regards artificial intelligence. This has to do with intellectual property. And also there was a question about the non-use of neuronal networks for some systems in which it's more difficult to understand how the network is working or how through an input there's a certain output. So going back to transparency, in Microsoft, talking about governance, I was telling you that the governance system has been evolving as regards AI. And the first thing that I want to mention is that we have updated AI standards. And let me tell you what those standards are. We have some guidelines, and then we have some standards that make those guidelines operational. So the AI standards divide the guidelines and set goals for each guideline. And each goal has a list of different tasks that should be done in order to approve those AI systems and so that it can be released for different end users. As part of the system, those standards make projects being reviewed and have to follow all the process and are subjected to impact assessment. We were talking about different uses, and this is also sent to a specific office to be reviewed. And in this way, there's a process in which some of the principles or the guidelines include the needs of having transparency included there. So, taking into account that this is complex and it's difficult to be translated to common individuals, so what I'm saying is that when we talk about neural networks, we talk about the black box, etc. And I believe that there's a challenge that is unsolved. And we are thinking about how to solve it. And we are having transparency models that are being tested and that are working. So we don't see a contradiction there in the need of models to be transparent. And this is not solved in the sense that we are trying to reach the transparency goal that is included in this transparency guideline. And I was also mentioning that not using certain systems that give way to some results. The governance system is designed for specifically that, so that the engineers can follow a way that, depending on how the results
impacto, etcétera, llegue
on the impact assessment reaches an instance in which there's a committee of experts that can decide if the project is going to continue or not. So the use of this kind of algorithms is going to be restricted and is going to be sensitive. Let me tell you that this has not been solved yet. We had some standards and we understood that there were some things that practically were not working, so it's important to take that into account because there is a learning curve here. And as I was saying, in AI for the law enforcement agencies, for example, so that is kind of complex because then we talk about the different regulatory frameworks. So how do we eliminate all the risks? Probably what we need is a governance system that would avoid those risks. But as regards AI, probably we still have a long way to go. Claudio, would you like to add something? Mark had to leave. I don't want to extend too much this talk, but as Marina was saying, if we can regulate AI, basically, yes, but not only governance, but also now it should also be dynamic. Regulations should be dynamic. These governance standards need to be adapted in the future. So there's a continuous search of coexistence in the regulations as regards technology. I would like to say hello to Cristiani. She's not the first from Paraíba that we sent to Buenos Aires. In Brazil, we are implementing a lot of new initiatives and services that are operational, specifically in Paraíba. I could mention the accounts tribunal, using a lot of AI. Some are of kind of a concern for us because are using personal data. And I can tell you that the positive thing is that there are some ideas from the people there that have to do with the use of personal data and AI, and it is something that it's potentially dangerous and it is being taken into account. There is this idea of finding solutions and cooperating with this. And in the case of the first question, I could tell you that there are several frameworks and assessment models that cover several aspects. And I could tell you, as Marina said, that companies sometimes foresee this and because they consider corporate risks and they cannot wait for the decision of regulators. These models sometimes are more open, and Marina was saying that sometimes these are standard models and it wouldn't be meaningful to use it for small and medium-sized companies. I can also tell you that there are several other models that are public models. For example, in New Zealand, 2020, and specifically for the public sector, that is very simple. It includes risk assessment. It's kind of conventional, and risks can be assessed for AI. The Canadian government also has an algorithm assessment tool. And we have organized at least 10 different workshops for risk assessment exercises or risk assessment or risk impact throughout the last 2 years. And in the region, Facebook has been having for a year a division that is called Open Loop, that was coordinated by Luca Belli, and Open Loop organizes different prototyping experiences for public policies. As Marina was saying, it's like a sandbox, which is a temporary change of something that already exists in order to experience new models. The prototyping of public policies is a different kind of exercise because it creates things that are not already implemented. That is what Meta is proposing with this open loop idea. Open loop has had different research instances for AI. And in the region, we also have that. In Latin America, we have an experience that is being organized in Mexico and also in Uruguay. And another one in Brazil that I'm going to be coordinating together with my friend Maria Marinho. And the idea is to provide open frameworks, because big corporations are not going to wait for the regulators to define the models in order to carry out their assessments. There's also a think tank that has a simple model for impact assessment, and there are also other initiatives and agreements between different institutions that can offer these kind of models in the region. I'm sorry for extending my talk. A round of applause.
Thank you very much for your time, for sharing, and for giving us the chance to take the time to speak. Hopefully we're going to see each other. Thank you very much, and hope to have a nice day, and we will keep in touch. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Bueno, estaban empezando a mandar fotos, me encantó.
Okay. We will resume tomorrow at 9. Thank you very much for being here. Thanks a lot. And these are the new generations, right? Yes. Goodbye.
Ay, no me quieren. Ay, muy lindo. Hola. Las nuevas generaciones, la nona postiza acá.
Hola.
Qué linda. Yo quiero a mi mamá.